I still see a lot of people outside. Let's please move in. Okay, for those who are in, let's take our seats and start. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You all look bright and ready for this meeting. Welcome to the National Closeout Workshop for the Child Sensitive Social Protection Program. And we are starting our program right away. And I would like to request a volunteer to just pray for us, a very short prayer, brief and slow. Any volunteer? Yes, please. Thank you very much.
I would like to request you to stand up. Please stand up. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you that we were on your wake-up list today. And as we deliberate and close out the child-sensitive social protection program, inspire us to think sustainability. All this we've prayed in your Holy Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. I think it can stay there. Our next item is an introduction, but what I'll suggest we do is I'll do a block introduction. I'll read out the organizations represented here, and you'll just raise your hand to show your presence or register your presence. So on the side of government, I'll start with the Office of the Prime Minister. Do we have anyone here? You're most welcome. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Thank you. You're all seated together. You should mix. That's the table for Ministry of Gender. Okay, the Ministry of Health. Do we have any? Yes, you're most welcome. Then the district local governments. Do we have any representatives? Thank you for coming. Then the IG. Thank you for coming. Then the Ministry of Local Government. Okay, we don't have anyone yet. I hope they'll join us. Do we have anyone from NERA? NERA? Not yet, okay. On the part of the donors, do we have someone from CEDA? Thank you for coming. And the World Bank? Thank you for coming. And the UN agencies, WFP? Thank you. UNICEF? Thank you. ILO? We don't have anyone yet. And then FAO? Okay. And then other partners, do we have someone from the Parliamentary Forum? You're most welcome. Sorry, Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection. There are so many forums, sorry about that. But thank you, I guess those are the representatives. And then Save the Children. Thank you for coming. And finally, AVSI. Anyone from AVSI? All right. I guess some people will come in, and we will recognize them as and when they arrive. If there's anyone that I've left out, I extend my apologies in advance, but I'll take note of that later on. So once again, welcome to this Closeout workshop, the National Closeout Workshop. We had the Sub-National Closeout Workshop in Arua about 2 weeks ago, and it was very successful. And this program is implemented by World Food Program in partnership with UNICEF and in collaboration with the government of Uganda and other key stakeholders. We all know that this program aims to promote community household resilience among refugees and host populations in West Nile refugee hosting districts. I would just like to quickly mention the districts where this program has been hosted. And we have Moyo, Ajumani, Terego, Arua, Madi Okolo, Yumbe, Koboko, Obongi, Zombo, Pakwach, and Maracha districts. My name is Maureen Agena, and I'm a transformative technologist. I'm a development communication specialist and a facilitator for change. And today my job is easy. I'll be moderating this closeout workshop, and I look forward to a very engaging and participatory interaction with all of you. The objectives of this workshop are 5, and I'll just quickly highlight them. 1, we'll start by assessing the progress made over the 5 years of this program, after which we'll share key successes, challenges, and best practices that emerged from the program. Then we'll recognize the contribution from the various stakeholders, the ministries, the development partners, the community itself, and several stakeholders. And then we'll discuss the potential avenues for sustainability, because I think that's extremely important, so that we maximize on the gains from this program. And finally, we'll reinforce the collaboration between government and other stakeholders. So without further ado, I would like us to get into the first, actually the second agenda item. We've done the prayers, we've done the introduction, and so we will have to start with the second program of the remarks from the various stakeholders. And I would like to start by welcoming Mr. Douglas Asimwe to give us welcoming and opening remarks. And he will be speaking on behalf of the chairperson of the steering committee, who also doubles as the PS of OPM. And that's Ms. Rosa Lenga. So I will request Mr. Douglas Asimwe to come and give his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, all of you. My name is Douglas Asimwe. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Refugees in the Office of the Prime Minister, and I'm here to represent the Permanent Secretary, who would have loved to be here this morning to join you in deliberations on the closure of this child-sensitive social protection program, but unfortunately has other important engagements and requested me to come and give his remarks. The country director, World Food Program, and UNICEF, head of cooperation of the Embassy of Sweden, distinguished delegates from various UN agencies and civil society, district local governments, the World Bank representatives here present, and all of you in your distinguished capacities, good morning. The government of Uganda, specifically my ministry that provided the overall leadership to this program, is most honored to celebrate the significant results attained over the last 5 years. This program has been a beacon of hope for many Ugandans and refugees, demonstrating the power of collaboration between our government and the United Nations. The program contributed great results under the development response for refugee under development response to the displacement impact projects, Dr. Deep project, by laying additional support to the most vulnerable households, providing much needed nutrition and health services to children, both immediate and long-term human development, and strengthening government's capacity to deliver services to both nationals and refugee communities in West Nile sub-region. Our efforts to have only alleviated immediate hardships, but also laid the foundation for long-term resilience of the targeted households and communities. The nutrition-sensitive social protection intervention, commonly known as NutriCash, is a flagship program for Uganda that attracted interest both nationally and internationally to learn from us. This has been integrated into the fourth National Northern Uganda Action Fund, NUSA 4 project. We hope that government, with support from development partners, will continue to scale this up for greater dividends for our future development. The Office of the Prime Minister remains committed to our coordination role and will continue to strengthen synergies between the government, development partners in line with national aspirations and priorities. As I conclude, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the government of Sweden for the financial support, the World Food Program, UNICEF, for accepting to work with us and through government systems, respectively, through different entities at national and subnational levels for steering the implementation of the program, and the beneficiary communities for transforming the inputs into results for their households. I thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Douglas Asimwe, and thank you for establishing the protocol. So I'll continue to speak while standing on that existing protocol. At this point, I would like to invite Dr. Robert Limlim to give his remarks. Thank you.
Okay, all protocol observed, and thank you for establishing it, Ndugu Douglas. My name is Robert Limlim, so it's easy to pronounce, isn't it? No Chinese, Ugandan. I have been the man in charge at Dr. Deep in the Office of the Prime Minister. So indeed, it is a great pleasure for me to be here. You know, when you see something from the beginning as a small egg, and then you see it as a big chicken, and really fully grown, and has satisfied what you thought, it brings a lot of pleasure. So today I am very, very, very happy person to be at the closure of this program, which has given us a lot of success stories. And it is such a pleasure to join all of you who have been with us in this journey from the beginning to the end. Social protection, as you all know, is a very big area and dimension of our lives in development and in governance that we have to keep attention to. Sometimes it is given a second fiddle by many, but oftentimes when we run, we remember, and it catches up with us. And indeed, social protection is and should be a priority in our country and in our communities. In this case, the child-sensitive social protection gave it a new flavor, and through that, we were able to understand what we can do for the most vulnerable of our community, which is the children, especially children below 2 years of age, and also the lactating mothers and pregnant women. This program focused specifically on those subpopulations. For children, we were very much interested in the challenge of malnutrition that causes stunting. And if you have heard the issues around nutrition in our country, stunting still remains a very big problem in many communities. Indeed, we can do something, and this program has shown that indeed work around fighting stunting can happen. And for mothers pregnant and lactating mothers and pregnant women, we focused on especially iron deficiency in this program. Why? Because we knew that that is also the beginning of ensuring that the children that are born and those yet to be born can have already good development and can continue to develop at the most critical part of their lives. We were mainly concerned of this because of the fact that we know the growth of the cognitive power of a human being starts before birth and in the very early years of life. And so this program played the key role in intervening at that point. Why? Because if you do not grow well at early age of life, then it is possible for you not to reach the best potential of your life that you can do even at adult age. And so many Ugandans are working, but are in sub-potential, performing below, because probably at below 2 years, they did not have the best growth and they had malnutrition. So this was the medicine, the cure, through the program that we ran. And we want to say our approach was to integrate and layer the interventions within what Dr. Deep was doing, and especially what we call the household resilience building interventions. And in there, we worked with the mother care groups. We set them up, and they were really up for the game because they knew it's their domain, and we just boosted their strength to reach to many women and many children. We were able to reach over 15,000 children, nearly 16,000 children with these children and mothers with this intervention, which was funded and supported through the UN by the Swedish government. And we used about 5.6 million, and I'm sure the detail will come in there. During this intervention, we also took an advantage when we were faced with COVID-19 challenge. We took an advantage of the fact that we knew the vulnerabilities of our people and the fact that COVID was, impacting negatively on them. We took an advantage to organize a cash transfer to these mothers and children, and we were able to reach over 124,000 mothers and children with a one-off cash transfer to support them in terms of smoothing their consumption at the household level. Those of you who lived in the COVID time, you know what challenge we went through. I'm sure all of us did live in the COVID time. This program also had another twist to it, a small accent. We said all mothers, and during the mother group formation stages, we all agreed to save some money out of this grant that they were receiving. And so far, we have been able to realize a saving of $1.2 million with these groups. And now it is a continuity. I think somebody prayed for sustainability. So there is there in an element of sustainability that will continue to help these mothers to grow in an attitude which supports the care of children and also the care of mothers, pregnant and those that are lactating. What are the gains beyond this? We feel at the point of the program at Dr. Deep and certainly at the earlier part of NUSAF that we have had very positive insights that can help us at the policy dimension, especially the human capital development, starting early. And I can already see in Uganda, even at the education side, we are beginning to bring in the early childhood development. So now with health, with social protection, we are bringing in the NutriCash and a number of early childhood development programs. What a beauty that now our policy can become stronger and take our children forward, and our human capacity can become better. We have also learned, and I believe program integration is a possibility. You don't have to struggle to make a program only for NutriCash. We can layer it in, whatever exists, whatever programs exist. And in there brings in the sharpness of our analysis and the prowess of programming that I know exists in our country. And for us at Office of the Prime Minister and the partnership we've had, we are willing to ensure we integrate this in the NUSAF interventions that we are going to start under NUSAF 4 and under Dr. Deep program. I have been privileged to be at the drawing table for these programs and to be at the antenatal and the delivery ward. And I hope that we can be able to deliver programs that will bring sustainability to what we started, to scale up this. But we also hope other programs, other interventions, other donors, other development partners can embrace this and integrate. If you like a few lessons, we'll definitely be able to share. The third major gain is data systems. We've been able to establish a NutriCash management information system, which of course helped us to ensure that we can know what's going on, the what, the when, the how, and the who. But also, other MISs can pick it up and integrate this data of the nutrition child-sensitive social protection. And also, we believe this information can feed into the single registry that's being prepared and the Ministry of Gender. We know that when there's data, we can plan better, we can allocate better, we can look and follow better. And of course, we can develop instruments of investments that are sharper, sensitive to the children, and issues of nutrition can be addressed. Our other major gain was the gains around the household. They were numerous, I cannot speak about them, but as you know, mothers, children, as the PS here said, lives changed for the better. And we now know what to do. And I believe that when we know what to do and are convicted at heart to follow through, we should be able to continue the path of making better the lives of our people. And lastly, the future is bright. The future is bright because right at the heels of the closure of this intervention, which for us was a proof of concept, really it was a proof that we can do these things. The future of it is bright because, as you know, we are already integrating this in NUSAF, and I'm glad our brother and champion of some of the work we do, Ndugu Suleiman Namara from the World Bank, is here to join us. Is one of those that we rely on within the partnership of the bank to make sure that this candle continues to burn and even burn brighter. Of course, we are going to do the same at Dr. Deep. We're already at the process of doing so. Being at this point, I feel really relieved that the things we thought should never be lost now cannot be lost. And I hope that the rest of us can pick on this and take it home and spend it even wider and broader. And lastly, may I send my gratitude, lots of gratitude to the people of Sweden and the Embassy of Sweden. Please, thank you for helping us with the support that was given to us to start this fire, to actually ignite us in the right direction. And I hope you can convey to them that the people of Uganda are now, I believe, in the path of getting themselves a good data and program approach for child-sensitive nutrition and social protection. The team working with us at the UN, thank you. I don't have enough words to talk about the many days we have sat together in the boardrooms. We have had to really do this thing over and over. Some of times I've had very heated discussions with some of them, and we have always agreed. We have always gone into the same direction. And I think really you have been very excellent. The guys at WFP, the guys at UNICEF, I'm really so proud that we have reached the end together without anybody lost. Thank you so much. I want to thank the steering committee, the team that was led by the PS, OPM, with all the other actors, all the other ministries and the players that were there. They were all the time at our heels, and we made sure we did the right thing and reported to them. And of course, the districts and communities who played a great role. And of course, with this, I want to thank and hope that the people of Sweden and other development partners can continue to think about this in this wider scale. Thank you for today, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lim Lim. From his remarks, I could tell that he's a medical doctor who is very passionate about this program. And you've mentioned very pertinent issues, the impact of the program, you've given the numbers that have been reached, the importance of data, and how it has changed the lives of the people who have benefited from it. Thank you so much for those remarks. I would like to go ahead and invite the country representative of WFP. Okay, just hold on. I would request all of us to stand up to receive the minister who has just arrived, Honorable Betty Amoy, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. You're most welcome, Honorable. Let's remain standing. Let's remain standing for the national anthems. We'll start with the Ugandan anthem and then the East African anthem before we take our seats again. Thank you very much. You may be seated. You're most welcome, Honorable Minister Betty Amongi, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social.
I was going to start by saying I generally prefer to be a warm-up act for Dr. Lim Lim because he speaks so well. Today I know I have your attention because not only has he preceded me, but the Honorable Minister has arrived and we've had the national anthem. So I'm filled with confidence this morning. I'm also filled with immense pride and gratitude to the governments of Uganda and Sweden, to UNICEF, our partner, and all stakeholders represented here for the significant milestones attained during the 5-year journey towards strengthening national social protection and health systems. The Child Sensitive Social Protection Program is a testament to the power of collaboration and the unwavering commitment to improving the lives of the most vulnerable in our society. Over the past 5 years, we've witnessed remarkable progress. Together, we strengthened policy frameworks, institutional effectiveness, and human resource capacities for social protection and health service delivery in the refugee hosting districts of West Nile, ensuring they're more efficient, inclusive, child and nutrition sensitive, as well as contributed to expanding coverage of social assistance to over 15,000 children. This success would not have been possible without the leadership of government at both national and subnational levels, the tireless efforts of our joint technical teams, and the commitment of the beneficiary communities themselves. Our collaboration has been a model of how international organizations and governments can work hand in hand to achieve common goals. While we celebrate our achievements, we also recognize that our work is far from done. The challenges we face are complex and evolving, and we must continue to adapt and continue to innovate. The World Food Programme remains committed to supporting the government in its efforts to enhance national social protection systems as we move now towards the life cycle approach to social protection. We look forward to the commencement of the new Integrated Social Protection Programme planned for July this year, and in which we'll be joined by both ILO and FAO as we combine our resources and expertise to build the resilience of both systems and individuals to risks and vulnerabilities. In conclusion, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the partners, stakeholders, and community members who've participated in this program. Your dedication, hard work, and passion have been the driving force behind our success. Together, we really have made a difference, and together we will continue to strive for a brighter future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I'd like to also recognize the presence of the PS, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who has just walked in. Thank you very much. At this point in time, I would like to invite the country representative, UNICEF, to give his remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to please also stand on protocols already observed. But I have to personally greet Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Welfare, Honorary Betty Omongi. Thank you for coming and your support. Ladies and gentlemen, like Marcus before me, I will not attempt to replicate the statements of Dr. Lim Lim. I think he covered everything excellently well, so I have similar trepidation as I make my remarks. But I'm honored to be here at this milestone event. I have been only in the country for 6 months of this 5-year project period, so cannot take any credit for all the good work that is done, but I stand here really proud of representing UNICEF and the UN at large to celebrate the success of this program. We have heard from previous speakers the successes, some of the successes over the last 5 years, and how this joint program has played a pivotal role in advancing newborn maternal health, strengthening the nutrition response, enhancing water sanitation, hygiene interventions in several districts in West Nile region. And I want to specifically draw on the point on integration that was made by Dr. Lim Lim. I think it's really critical success was the integration, the integrated approach of blending health system strengthening with community empowerment, enabling families to demand and access a high quality of health services and through a social protection lens. This for me is most impressive as I became familiar with this program. The collaboration between UNICEF and WFP was exemplary, and I have to thank my colleagues at WFP. We now share common premises, and hopefully we will continue this collaboration in many other fields of social protection. But the leadership of under the leadership of Ministry of Gender, Labor, Social Welfare, Ministry of Health, district and local government, we have achieved progress that you will hear more during the course of the program. But I'm particularly interested to put a few numbers before you because I found them extremely impactful. In the intervention districts, we can report a reduction of institutional deaths for newborn and women by approximately 25%, from almost 22% to 16.5%, and a 27% reduction in women institutional death. We have also seen an over 50-fold increase in NICU, newborn intensive care unit admissions, and a almost 7-fold increase in the number of women accessing services in the high dependency units. The results that were also, that can be attributed to the increase in demand of services. We have seen a notable increase in uptake of services and an increase in client satisfaction of the project. And it's something that I think we can all recognize and congratulate ourselves for that, these achievements. The program also complemented other national programs which were very articulately mentioned by Dr. Lim Lim. But today, we are here to celebrate, and I was actually discussing with colleagues whether closeout is the right terminology for a meeting like this, because I think the needs for women and children, refugees and host communities are not going to be closed out. So, we have to continue, and, we talked about in the prayer, sustainability, my colleague mentioned, and it's going to be extremely critical as we continue the deliberations today, that we continue the success, and this experience need to inform other social protection programs across the country. As I conclude, I do want to recognize the Honorable Minister herself for her commitment to a holistic approach to social protection in the Republic of Uganda. Honorable Minister, this has been a really good week. 2 days ago, we were together at a meeting discussing the child disability benefit, also a very, very critical part of the social protection program. So I have to say that this has been a really fantastic week under your leadership, Honorable Minister, for social protection in the country. I do want to recognize the government of Sweden for their support, because without them, we would not have been able to make the achievement. So my friend Thomas, thank you for representing the government of Sweden, and we are truly grateful for the support. Like WFP, UNICEF remains steadfast in our support to social protection across the board to all vulnerable women and children, particularly the most vulnerable, and using our multi-sectoral presence to actually further both the social protection side and the service delivery side, because this comes together as a package. So thank you very much, and I really look forward to hearing the further deliberations, particularly on how we can build on this success, not close out, but continue and ensure sustainability for the most vulnerable women and children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Country Director, UNICEF Uganda Country Office. I think I would also like to extend my thanks to the Minister. It's very rare that you come for these events and you have both the Minister and Permanent Secretary in the same room. I was moderating an event yesterday, and you either have a PS or a Minister. And to have both of them in the room, I think it shows the level of commitment to this. So at this point, I would like to invite the Practice Manager, Jobs and Social Protection at the World Bank, Dr. Suleiman Namara, to give his remarks.
Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the PS, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. By the way, the PS is my cohort in public service many years ago. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, my colleagues from UN agencies, the Director UNICEF and the Director WFP, the government representatives present, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Suleiman Namara. I'm the Practice Manager for Social Protection and Jobs at the World Bank. I'm responsible for 13 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. I'm really very glad to be here this morning at this important workshop. Let me also start by thanking the government of Uganda for this program and for putting a lot of emphasis on the welfare of children. I would also like to recognize and thank the government of Sweden for the support they have provided to the program. And to all the colleagues who have been involved in the implementation of this child-sensitive social protection program in the West Nile region, we thank you for the achievements that you have made. I have had a long career in social protection, so I normally want to start from the basics. So when we talk about child-sensitive social protection, what are we basically talking about? We are talking about programs and policies that are designed with sensitivity. We are basically talking about sensitivity. And what are those sensitivities? In this particular case, we are looking at sensitivities related to children. We are focusing on the welfare of the children. And we are putting a lot of emphasis on those children that come from vulnerable households that are facing issues of vulnerability, exclusion, and extreme poverty. And those are the children that actually, if we don't put attention and we are deliberate and sensitive about them, then we have challenges, as Dr. Limlim said. Number one, we end up with stunting. Recently, I was visiting a certain country, and I met the Minister of Finance, and we were discussing stunting. And the minister said to me, If you have two children, one of them is stunted and the other one is not, and then you have resources for education, and you have two choices. One is to educate a stunted child, and the other one is not to educate a non-stunted child. Which choice would you take? And the choice is, the minister's choice was clear, that I'm better off remaining with a non-stunted child, but even if I don't have resources for education, I still have some opportunities of supporting that child. Now, so I think we all know the challenges of stunting, and I think it is one big reason why it is important that we put a lot of emphasis on the growth and the well-being of children. At the World Bank, we also look at this from a human development perspective. We all know that in Uganda, the Human Development Index is 38%, 0.38. And what does that mean? That is by 2024. It means that a child born in this country is expected to be 38% as productive as they would be with complete education and health. And that's a very low number. So we need to do a little bit more when we talk about child-sensitive social protection. And it's not just only social protection. We are here talking about the contribution of social protection programs to the well-being of children. It means that we have to have other programs that combined improve the welfare of the children. Now, when we do that, we then improve the resilience of these children. We can also do it at a cost-effective way, in a cost-effective manner. I think I had Dr. Limlim and my colleagues talk about using community approaches. In my view, I think the whole issue when it comes to child-sensitive social protection programs is the issue of cost, because cost becomes a very big input into this programming. So the question then is, how do we do this in a very cost-effective way? And I think there are very many community-based approaches which most of our communities know and are used to, that we can actually build on to make a bigger and faster impact on some of these programs. And I think that's what this program has been trying to do. And I think the challenge remains. I listened to my colleague, Dr. Limlim. Me and him come from a very long history, but I want to challenge him on a few aspects. Number one, the numbers are good, but they are still small. So how do we then scale up these programs? How do we do these programs at scale, with speed, and with the greatest impact? A few months ago, I was here. I think I met my colleague from WFP, and I think we discussed this program. And I made a proposal. I said, what about in some of these districts? What about having a convergence approach? Theoretically, one can say, we have children that are born today, and we know very well that we also have children that are going to be born tomorrow. So I think theoretically, one needs to think about how do we make sure that the children that are born tomorrow we can basically minimize these challenges to a very significant, a very, very low level, so that we increase the human development aspects of these children. And I think this partnership should help us to try to see in the districts where we are working, can we take this jointly with the government to scale with the speed and with the greatest impact. Let me talk briefly about the partnership. I think we have had, the World Bank has had a long-standing partnership with the government of Uganda. We have also had a very long-standing partnership with UN agencies, and in particular with both WFP and UNICEF. And we look forward to this continued partnership, particularly on the forthcoming programs that we have been designing together that will focus mainly in the northern Uganda, but also in some of the refugee hosting communities. So we think that this can continue, and we should be able to, at the end of the programs, see bigger scale, bigger impact, and with speed. We've talked about a multi-sectoral approach. I want to talk about a convergence approach. In the bank, we've been talking about, if we are talking about scale and speed, then we need also to talk about convergence. Convergence meaning that we can pool resources, both financial, human, technical, but more importantly also operational, making sure that when we have resources, we can actually implement and see the results that we need to achieve. To do this, we also need to combine our operational approaches with technology and data. We are in an era of technology. We have a huge coverage of mobile phones in this country. And I think we need to put that to use in a more structured way, where we monitor for the, first of all, where we are able to identify the extreme households. It's very possible, Honorable Minister, these days, to sit in your boardroom and have information on a dashboard where you can say in a particular district how many extreme households do we have. You can see that. It's also possible to sit in your office and also say how many programs have these households received in a specific time frame. You can do that because we have the technology, we have the people in the districts, and we can actually have the data on a regular basis. That way, we are able to tell whether these households are actually receiving the services. And it's not just a question of receiving services, it's also a question of receiving services in a time when they actually need it. So we can tell, using that approach, we can then be able to improve timely when the services that these households are basically receiving. So we are looking forward to working together, and hopefully we can make a bigger dent on the welfare of the children in the years to come. Thank you so much, and thanks for inviting me to this workshop.
Thank you, Dr. Namara, for those remarks. And what I gather is you want to see bigger, these projects on a bigger scale and creating bigger impact. I guess that's all what we want to achieve here. I would like to go ahead and invite the Councillor Health and Humanitarian at the Embassy of Sweden, Mr. Thomas, to come and give his remarks.
Good morning. As you've heard from all speakers now, I'm from Sweden. And as such, I don't care much about protocols. So I was happy that we didn't have Minister and Peace, but now they're here. So of course I have to say something. I'm glad that you're here. And it, as the moderator said, it tells us that you are committed, and we all want committed people. And Sweden is committed. We want to support this government. And now I would want to throw away my speech, but I actually probably should stick to it, because otherwise I won't take the important things. We have been part of this, and I say we did not see the egg. I didn't even see the chicken. I came a year and a half ago, but I've been seeing a lot of good things in the country, up in the West Nile. We have given $50 million, which is our largest program. And my predecessor said this is the best program. I'm not sure about that, but it's very good. Yeah. And of course, I will have to thank the government of Uganda, particularly the Minister of Prime Minister and UNICEF and WFP that was implementing. But of course, the Minister of Gender, as I would like to call it, because I think the gender bit is the most important thing for your ministry. And of course, I think when we thank Sweden, I'm doing the easy part, handing out money. You're doing a good job, but the people and the mothers and the children I saw in the West Nile, they are the heroes. And many of them are actually not well paid like we are. They work for free because they're so committed, and that's fantastic to see. And of course, thanking the government here because of the open door policy, where refugees are welcome, and it's hugely needed in many countries. I shouldn't say this as a diplomat, but my country is also not keen in welcoming refugees anymore, and that's fantastic. So this program has not just benefited Ugandans, but also the many refugees coming into this country. And for us, in Sweden, we have a very well social protection system. Everybody in our country, even if they fall out of things, if they fall out of a job, they're secure. There's a system for them to anyway access quality health care, school, and it's absolutely free. And of course, it's a long way here, but this is the way we need to go. And I know that when I came a year and a half ago, there was this discussion in Uganda about the health insurance scheme. I don't know where that's at, but I would certainly want to see that being implemented, because I think that especially children in need in this country needs a safety net. See, I'm so good, I'm following the script now. So everybody's given testimony what the program has done, so there's no need for me to say that again. But what I've seen children coming out of a really difficult situation, accessing healthcare that's absolutely needed. Nutrition we spoke about, NutriCash has been mentioned, food consumption levels are going up, but my colleague from the World Bank said, you know, of course it's good. We've done a lot of good things, but we're not nearly where we should be. So, and then I heard from Robin, my colleague at the UNICEF, integration, and also hearing from the World Bank, we need to integrate. And from Dr. Lim, for some reason, is very praised. Everybody's mentioning you in the speeches, but I probably have to do that myself. And I hope that the minister will mention me afterwards, having had a fantastic speech. Anyway, so as I said, this is a successful initiative, but the ultimate goal must be that social security schemes are led, driven, and financed mainly by government. As we can see now in these dire times where donors are pulling out, money is scarce, we need to have more domestic resources. And I know you're struggling with your ministry. My mother ministry, Health, is also struggling. Ministry of Finance, we have to push them. We have to push everybody to put more money into this, as opposed to other areas that shouldn't be as prioritized, if you ask me. So anyway, yeah, what else did I have here? No, well, just to say again, I think that we need to find ways, sustainable ways of having everybody in the society like Uganda, same as in Sweden. I can testify that every child in Sweden will have all the rights, all the possibilities. I'm from a working class. I went to university. Everybody can go to universities for free. It's a long way to go, but that's where we need to be. So as much as we were doing fantastic things in West Nile, what about the rest of the country? So we need to put our money in the same basket, try to do something that we can leverage, get to scale. But we have been, for now 5 years, the only donor. I've pushed WFP, please, where are the others? If this is such a fantastic job we've done, how come you can't find any other ones joining in? We've said as Sweden, we will gladly see if others can join. Now the bill has raised to $80 million, but we don't see the money for this. So let's push everybody to support these type of things. But as I said, it can't be OPM, WF, UNICEF doing that with our support. It has to be all of us, all ministries. This is relating to all of us. So let's join hands and continue working, and we're certainly a steadfast partner in this. And thank you for giving me, a small guy only working on health, to do this introduction before the minister. It's a privilege. And my ambassador will come in the afternoon to show the leverage that it's not just me standing here. So anyway, thank you for this, and have a good day now.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for that speech. We have a proverb an African proverb that says, you put your money where your mouth is. So we need to invest in things that really give us returns on those investments. And I think one of them is what Thomas has alluded to. So we'll go ahead. We have about 3 more people to give remarks. And I would like to invite Dr. Richard Mugahi from the Ministry of Health, who is representing Dr. Diana Twine, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to give remarks on her behalf.
The Honorable Minister, PS Minister of Gender, represented from the Embassy of Sweden, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been well elaborated. I begin by bringing apologies from the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, who was supposed to deliver this speech at this very important function, but she has another commitment in Parliament and could not be able to make it here. But I'm also privileged that I'm standing in her shoes because I'm the Commissioner in charge of reproductive and maternal child health at the Ministry of Health, where we witnessed firsthand some of these improvements in the West Nile region. And at an opportune time, I'll also be making a presentation of some of the tested changes that we've really seen work in the West Nile region. Allow me read this speech verbatim because it is the PS's speech. Today marks the closeout of the Child Sensitive Social Protection Program. This initiative aimed to improve resilience among refugees and host communities in West Nile refugee hosting districts. It included health system strengthening in 8 districts, as already enumerated, as a key component, which was implemented by UNICEF. This project provided us with a unique opportunity to serve the communities in West Nile, but today we reflect on the journey that we have undertaken together and the achievements that we have celebrated and the lessons that we have learned from the implementation. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the West Nile team that implemented this project at the ground and the steering committee that coordinated the delivery of this project. With dedication and hard work and commitment, they've been instrumental in achieving the positive outcome that we have witnessed. As Minister of Health, we are deeply committed to strengthening health services and health systems in the country for the well-being of all Ugandans. And this project has played a crucial role in setting the foundation for implementing all government efforts in the refugee host regions of West Nile. This project, in its uniqueness, had its uniqueness due to its focus on evidence-based planning and data-driven reviews to inform health system strengthening efforts. This also fosters a culture of learning and continuous improvement within the health sector. Importantly, the CSSP project has improved the quality of care across various health facilities in the West Nile region. To mention some but a few, there has been increase in functionalization of our comprehensive emergency obstetric care facilities. We now stand at 23 facilities capable of providing quality cesarean section and blood transfusion in the West Nile region. There's been improvement in the infrastructure, as most of you have enumerated, specifically the high dependence units, the 11 high dependence units that have been put up in health facilities within the region. We also take note of the newborn care units for the newborns, 24 of them, the WASH facilities in 48 health facilities, and maternity wards in 46 health facilities all over the region. We have learned over this implementation period invaluable lessons. One is integration and linkages, which was very central in this project, and cross-sectoral partnerships that have enabled us to achieve a lot of efficiencies. We've also learned the context-responsive integrated interventions that are premised on evidence that's generated locally. We have a popular saying in health that local problems, local solutions. The problems that are in West Nile might not be similar or necessarily the same like the ones in Karamoja. But we also saw this firsthand in this project, that we are able to utilize the local context to respond appropriately with data-driven responses. Strategic partnerships and coordinations at all levels. This was the hallmark of this project, with strong accountability mechanism and accountability for results specifically. Systematic documentation of promising practices was also one of the areas that we really stand out in this project. As we close out this project, we are not closing the door to our commitment to improving the health of Ugandans. The Ministry of Health is determined to sustain the gains made and scale up successful interventions. We will continue to foster the collaboration and partnerships to address the health challenges that remain. We cannot underscore the challenging funding landscape coming up as a result of the presidential orders in the US, but we want to commit that we shall continue doing our best at all the times. I would like to conclude once again by thanking so much all our partners, UNICEF and World Food Programme, our colleagues from the Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, for your invaluable contributions successfully implementing this project. Very special thanks to the Swedish government, and I think I had the honor of coming after them, for the funding. And we can only say it has been a very nice journey and we still want more. I'm confident that this will continue to make significant strides in achieving equitable access to quality health care for all the people of Uganda. Once again, I want to thank you for allowing us to present as Minister of Health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugahi. Just a few announcements. We have a team that is sharing everything that's going on here online on different social media platforms. And if you're active there, they're using the hashtag Social Protection UG. and invest in UG children. So you can share that further. And just to mention that for a moderator of an event, I think this couldn't have been more perfect, that you have all your speakers, the initial speakers, all present, and everything just goes as planned. I'm very happy for all of them and for making sure that they kept time and they honored this invitation. So at this point in time, I would like to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Agri Chivinge, to give his remarks, and then invite the Honorable Minister to give her remarks and officially open this closeout workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. The Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the representative of Her Excellency, the Ambassador, representatives of colleagues, permanent secretaries, all our development partners, heads of agencies, district chairpersons, and any other representatives of local governments and authorities, colleagues from MDAs, civil society organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy that I welcome you all and wish, therefore, to thank you for sparing time to participate in this closure event. The event marks a pivotal moment in the life cycle of any project. It provides stakeholders with an opportunity to reflect on key milestones, assess achievements, take stock of lessons learned, and acknowledge the challenges encountered along the way. By addressing these challenges, we can better understand the hurdles faced, identify areas for improvement, and refine strategies for future interventions. A comprehensive overview of the Child Sensitive Social Protection Program will definitely be made, but I would like to take a moment to emphasize some of the key highlights that underscore its success and impact. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Child Sensitive Social Protection Program was designed as a 5-year program set to run from July 2019 to July 2024. However, we are holding this closure event today due to a 10-month no-cost extension, which allowed us to ensure that the program achieved its goals and to enable a smooth closure. At the onset of the program, the world, including Uganda, was hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. The national lockdowns and other pandemic-related measures undoubtedly slowed down implementation. However, these challenges also offered invaluable lessons, particularly in the area of shock responsiveness, which we have since integrated in social protection programming. The program was a joint effort between Government of Uganda, the World Food Programme, and UNICEF, with a clear emphasis on government leadership throughout the implementation process. It specifically, as you've heard, targeted 8 refugee hosting and impact districts with 3 components, namely social protection systems strengthening, health systems strengthening, and enhancing linkages between existing social protection programs. One of the key significant contributions of the program has been strengthening social protection delivery systems. Through focused interventions, we have made substantial strides in improving social protection delivery systems at both national and subnational levels. Key achievements include the development of critical policy frameworks, strategies, and guidelines. And some of the notable milestones include the National Social Protection Strategy, the National Shock Responsive Social Protection Framework, National Social Protection Communications and Advocacy Strategy, National Guidelines and Standards for Complaints and Management in Social Protection Programs, a feasibility study of government payment mechanisms for possible deployment in social protection programs, the State of Social Protection in Uganda report 2024 was published, Social Protection Capacity Development Strategy for local governments, development of district social protection investment plans, formation and operationalization of district level social protection coordination committees, among others. Strengthening the social registry system was another important achievement, particularly by building on the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic, which caught us unawares. This includes the development of the National Single Registry and the decentralization of the SAGE Management Information System, both of which have significantly improved our ability to deliver social protection services. A feasibility study on the establishment of the National Social Registry has also been done through the program, and we are in advanced stages of rolling this out. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, this program has been highly impactful. Lessons learned from its implementation are invaluable, and they will continue to inform and shape future initiatives such as the Integrated Social Protection Program. This successor program aims to address shocks across the entire life cycle and incorporates elements of shock responsiveness and disaster risk management. I would like to take this opportunity, therefore, to express my heartfelt gratitude and that of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to the taxpayers of Sweden through the Swedish International Development Agency for their generous funding, which has been instrumental in making this program a reality. I also extend my thanks to our partners, the World Bank, the World Food Program, UNICEF, and every individual and organization that has contributed to the success of the program. My appreciation also goes to ministries, departments, and agencies of government that include Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Government, the Office of the Inspectorate of Government, local governments, and other implementing partners for the critical roles they played in ensuring effective implementation of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to address us this morning.
Thank you, PS, the excellencies and representatives that are here, MDS and all of you in your various capacities. I am pleased to be here today when we are reflecting on the Child Sensitive Protection Program, an initiative that has touched many vulnerable persons in West Nile region and now being rolled out to Karamoja and beyond. On that note, I want to thank the government of Sweden, through the representative seated here, send our thanks to the ambassador and your government for the support in the implementation of the program, and other partners, the World Food Program, UNICEF, and all the stakeholders for the work that has been articulated as having achieved the original objectives of the program. Allow me to state that the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development is a lead agency in social protection. The PS has articulated the policies that we've put in place and what this program has achieved. We also have designed beyond the policy. We have strategy to guide social protection. We have programs and several other interventions that are designed to protect individuals and families against vulnerability and social exclusion. As a ministry, we have put in place a comprehensive protection system that offers at least a minimum income guarantee to address the risk and challenges faced right from childhood to old age, with the sensitivity focusing on the most vulnerable. And I want to just give a few examples. We have what we call the social grant for persons with disability. And for these persons with disability and parents of children with disabilities are supported with a grant for enterprise development. It's a one-off grant, and it's implemented through the local governments throughout the country. We have another grant called the Special Grant for Older Persons, which supports older persons aged 60 years to 69 years, again, access at the district level that support them to start enterprises during their retirement. You know the popular SAGE, which is a cash transfer for those 80 years and above, which is one of the most popular cash transfer program in Uganda. The resident rep of UNICEF has indicated to you that we have designed together with UNICEF, and yesterday we were in Parliament, and Parliament is very supportive, and the leadership of Parliament for a new grant for children with severe disability, which should support the parents of these children with severe disability with a cash grant to support them to look after children with severe disability. So, and I think during COVID, because of the shock that affected most vulnerable people, the ministry also implemented a robust plan for the vulnerable employees at the urban areas who were living from hand to mouth, with a cash transfer that we gave to almost 300,000 Ugandans during COVID. So the child-sensitive social protection that you are closing but also rolling out is one of those critical areas that complement some of these government program, and our program broadly in the government on social protection also addresses specific patterns of child vulnerability in many ministries, which focuses on right-based approach and recognizes strategic interventions that guarantee their long-term future development. And I think Ministry of Health will present, and you will realize that access to issues around health as a social protection, right from the time a mother is pregnant. There is a free antenatal care with booster doses for vitamin for pregnant mothers to support the child. After delivery, the immunization, which is robustly followed with vitamin supplementation for children, is one of those which is offered free of charge by government of Uganda. Under Ministry of Education, we have universal free primary education and secondary education, which is equally a social protection intervention by government of Uganda. Under Ministry of Gender, we have several programs for children's support. Under Justice, Law and Order, we have a free line to address issues of violence against children, referrals to police, referrals to healthcare system, and referrals to other justice, law, and order sector for children being abused or children that have faced violence within the school setting, within home setting. This is one of a very important vulnerable component of social protection under our ministry and government broadly. So providing this intervention, which today is closing, for us is very important. We welcome it. We congratulate you for the work that has been done. And in the context of government's effort on expanding, I want to commit that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development already worked very closely with this program, with the stakeholders and implementing agency. I have been in touch with the OPM, and my colleague, Honorable Justine Lumumba, was very key in driving this program, and she briefed me in details what this program has achieved. So I want to congratulate you and the technical team that has provided all the expertise, but also the most important aspect of systems development, institutional support, and local government context and collaboration. Because if we don't work with the local governments, it becomes very difficult to drive a program from the central level. So I'm glad that one of the critical lessons learned is how to contextualize the local environment in ensuring that we implement a program like this. I'm told at least our technical team from the Ministry of Gender has prepared themselves. They have undertaken benchmark in other countries in preparation for implementation of this program. So I hope that we will work together and ensure that this program is implemented. I can assure you that I have worked with the technical team in the Ministry of Gender, in the Department of Social Protection, and I want to assure you that you will not regret working with them. Their expertise is superb, and the collaboration, they understand the community context, they understand collaboration across government and why it is important to work across government. So I'm sure that this program will succeed and expand. And with that, I want to thank you for the continued support to government of Uganda and your commitment for us to continue to work together as we embarked on the implementation of the upcoming integrated social protection program. And I hope for a bigger results and commit governments of Ugandans' commitment across all the implementing MDS that will partner in the expansion of this project. I finally thank CEDA for providing the funding for the program and the collaboration and all the partners, the ILO, FAO, UNICEF, that we continue with this partnership in the expansion and now wish to take the honor to officially open your workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Betty Amongi. Thank you for your continued commitment and support. And thank you for that shout out to your team. It's very interesting. We know ministers are very busy, but by the time they can recognize the input of a team within the ministry, I think it's something commendable. Let's clap for the team from the Ministry of Gender. The PS presented about a number of publications that have been produced by the ministry, and I would just like to inform everyone here that all those publications are right outside. You're free to pick a copy and go with it at the end of this meeting, and also to read what has been published in them. Honorable Minister, in my other life, I train adults, and I can already read the room. I think we need a refill on coffee and a break. But before we do that, I would like to request that we have a group photo with the Honorable Minister, and it will be in a very phased way with a few people, not everyone, because we are closing out on this project and we know that memories are kept in photographs. We want to look back and say we did our best, and this was the day we sat together to recognize that. So I would request that all the dignitaries that gave opening remarks move to take this group photo as that core team. But before that, let me ask the official photographer, Miriam, to let us know the best place for the photo, whether here or outside, because of the light. Perfect. So I would like to request this table plus the Dr. Lim Lim to please just come right here for the group photo. Dr. Lim Lim, Mr. Asimwe, all the people who gave opening remarks. Mr. Tony Amen, first don't leave. You have to take a photo as... Let's, Miriam, please help me organize them. Yeah, thank you. As they prepare, I think the people who will join them will be any commissioner in the House, assistant commissioner, and then probably the heads of social protection at the UN agencies, and then the rest of us should be able to go for our tea break. No. Do I move? Okay, let me have any commissioner, assistant commissioner join. Please, first don't move, Honorable Minister and PS, first stay on. Commissioner, assistant commissioner from any of the ministries. Head of social protection, WFP. And UNICEF, head of social protection, UNICEF. Please join, commissioners, assistant commissioners, and then the heads of social protection. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think It's time for us to have a break to refill on our coffees, to exchange pleasantries, say hello. And I would like to invite you all to tea. It's right outside the room to your left. And let's reconvene here at 11:15. So we have about 20 minutes for this tea break. Let's reconvene at 11:15. Enjoy your tea break. Hello, we have 5 more minutes to go. Please wind up on your break tea and make your way back into the room so that we continue with our program. 5 minutes to go.
As part of the social protection package, WFP teams up with UNICEF, strengthening the government's health provision with community health facilities. The program also seeks to enhance the resilience of both mothers and children by providing training and skills that promote a healthy and self-sufficient lifestyle. As malnutrition rates decrease throughout the area, the Ugandan government plans to expand NutriCash to other regions and integrate nutrition into key social protection programs.
Social protection is very difficult. Once the child is born, mother of this child should be supported, and support of this child should be supported.
Let's now look at more particulars. According to the operations report, the area hosts over 500,000 refugees from the Congo oppression.
Hello, let's start to make our way back into the room. We have 3 minutes before we start the next sessions. Let's make our way back into the room. We can have a working tea if you're not yet done with your break tea. Let's please make our way back in.
In the West Nile region, nearly 380 children are stunted, and half the children and almost a quarter of the women are anemic. To help pregnant and breastfeeding mothers get adequate nutrition, NutriCash is providing cash assistance to almost 13,000 women since 2022.
We wanted to bring women on board and empower them to be able to make slavery for the good of the household. So we have been targeting the women to save in cash because they should not be in a position to make the decision on what food should be prepared at home because they are the ones who are cooking the food and they are also bearing most of the burden of child well-being. We know that it is through the first account getting the back that we can intervene and do most of that. We are bringing together a package of health and well-being to the households.
As part of the package, WFP teams up
very perfect marriage between WFP, Dr. Nick, and the Peace Corps. But it has helped the ordinary woman in the village now to know that when you get money, you don't need to put it in one basket. Part of it goes into nutrition, part of it goes into savings, part of it goes into business.
So far, the trainings have benefited over 10,000 people. Their focus on weak mothers who will in turn transfer the knowledge they gain to their own communities. Irene was chosen by her neighbours to attend the trainings and meets regularly to share the information with others in the village.
Hello. Let's please get back into the room so that we complete this program on time. For all those who are still out, please get into the room. Let's have colleagues from WFP, UNICEF help us drive people back in, please. Okay, I'll just let me announce that publicly. Yeah. Let's get back in so that we can manage our time well. It's a Friday. It would be good to finish on time and go back and leave this place just on time. For those who are active on social media, the hashtags are #SocialProtectionUG and #InvestInUG Social Protection UG, and then invest in UG children. All right, welcome back from that health break. I hope we feel energized. We are going to continue with our program. We still have quite a number of issues, but I'm going to be very strict with time. And I just noticed something when we went for the tea break. All the colleagues from the Ministry of Health, as someone mentioned, gathered around the table that had the fruits, while the rest of the people scrambled for the other things that are not too healthy. What happened to talking to each other? Colleagues from Ministry of Health. We've been talking about integration and collaboration. Anyway, that was on a light note. So for our next program, I think all of us have copies on our tables. Before the break, we were supposed to have some addresses, like overviews about the CSSP program from both Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and from the Ministry of Health. Both presenters are here and I've spoken to them. I've requested that each will have 5 minutes to summarize, because I think we had a lot from the opening remarks. And at this point in time, I would like to invite the first presenter, the head of expanding social protection at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to share with us some of these lessons and recommendations that will inform national policy and the subsequent interventions of this program. You're most welcome.
I hope somebody. All right, thank you. I don't know whether it's afternoon or still morning. It's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the moderator has cut my time very much, but you'll allow me. Can you go on to the next slide? I'm going to share with you an overview but this time it will be shortened, and I will concentrate mainly on the milestones and the lessons learned, emerging lessons, and then talk about integration as a key emerging issue in this program. I know all of you know that in the morning, most of the high-level presenters really dwelt into the key messages out of this program. And for us as technical people, we are glad when the message is delivered by the high-level people. I think in terms of a brief on the program, that has been well articulated, that has been a collaboration. All our partners are here. The objective has been talked about, promoting community household resilience among refugee and host populations in West Nile. Specific objectives are clear. Hey, somebody is not moving, still stuck. Yes, I think that's the slide I was trying to explain. Specific objectives were geared towards improved economic inclusion of households, improved maternal and child nutrition, and improved maternal child health. Of course, the components have been articulated well with health system strengthening, social protection systems, and the cross-cutting areas. And the key players, stakeholders who collaborated very well are articulated there. So I think mine will be concentrating on component 2. And so in terms of districts which have been covered, they have been highlighted to you, but the map presents them very well. It's West Nile, and all are clear there, the 8, which we concentrated in. Now, the interventions under the social protection component were under 2 areas: nutrition-sensitive cash transfers, and under that, we have the social behavior change communication, backyard gardening, financial literacy, and market facilitation. Under the social protection system strengthening, we had issues of policies and guidelines, institution effectiveness, where we are talking about coordination, strengthening coordination, capacity building, M&E. And then we had planning and financing, and then social protection delivery systems, and all those systems have been articulated by my permanent secretary, MISs, the single registry, payment mechanisms, and complaints and grievance mechanisms. Work was done in that area. Move on. NutriCash key milestones are clear here. I think this is where I should be concentrating. Move on. Yes, I think this is the major achievements and milestones we can see. Over 124,000 beneficiaries receiving emergency cash transfers worth $3.2 million during the COVID period. 15,900 pregnant and breastfeeding women received over $4.5 million, and that of course represents 70% of their monthly entitlement. And 11,000 beneficiaries have received up to $600,000 for lean season, and about 1,780 beneficiaries received up to $140,000 as a disability top-up. And we see 15,900 pregnant and breastfeeding women who have saved up to $1.12 million. It's about 30% of their monthly achievement. And I think that's a very wonderful behavior change, that people are moving towards saving. And if people can learn that, I believe we shall achieve more. 881 households, support groups have registered as community-based groups or organizations and opened saving accounts. I think that's also a major shift and should be encouraged. Financial literacy was also done, and 15,100 beneficiaries have been trained in financial literacy using the Bank of Uganda manual. I think that is seen. Social behavior change communication, we see about 13,000 have been reached with messages through Ministry of Health Care Group, and 6 out of 9 groups, care group modules have been covered. So I think that's a good one. Beneficiaries knowledge, I think that one Minister of Health will talk more. Iron-rich beneficiaries with knowledge on iron-rich foods increased from 21 to 57. I think that's a good achievement which has been captured through routine monitoring surveys. Backyard gardening, you can see the results there, 13,800 have been reached with extension services, mainly training and inputs. 70% have used their produce supplement household incomes, and 38% are now in the money economy. They can sell their surplus, I think. Okay. Use of the cash transfers, we see majority of about 90% reported using this cash transfer to buy food. And this, I think, has been the trend in all other cash transfers we have implemented as government. Households also increasingly use the cash to invest in livelihood-enhancing activities, saving, buying livestock, buying agricultural inputs, and that's the trend also with all cash transfers which government has participated in. Child diets, there have been improvements in that area. I think you are seeing it, that children consumed now all what is required, the groups, the food groups. There is a change in that. We can see it, that significantly from 4% to 12% within the first 6 months of NutriCash implementation. It's a significant improvement, and I think if it was done countrywide, we would have a great improvement in this area. Social protection systems, in terms of milestones, what you have seen, PS articulated most of the reports. Can you move on? Yes. And these are the diagrammatic representation of policy frameworks. We have achieved a lot in that area, starting with the policy, the strategy which has been approved, and we are already implementing it, the National Shock Responsive Social Protection Framework, which is already in place and approved, the Social Protection Capacity Development Strategy for local governments, it's already in place and approved, and the National Social Protection Communication and Advocacy Strategy is already in place. You move on, yes. And these are the national guidelines which have also been put in place, including guidelines and standards for complaint management in social protection programs, and also complaints and grievance management guidelines for the senior citizen grant. Those are clearly on, and we have also moved towards a transform approach to social protection training and capacity development. That guideline is also in place. Now, we have seen district local governments develop capacity in social protection to the extent now districts have social protection investment plans, and the three highlighted there, Koboko District, Adjumani, and Yumbe have done well. They have those plans which they are already implementing. Feasibility studies and other studies, as well as reports, have been done, and the copies have been demonstrated there. Feasibility study on the social registry has been done. PS have created that. The annual report on social protection, state of social protection, is a significant input. Enhanced social protection management information system, the National Single Registry on Social Protection, the SAGE MIS, and the NutriCash MIS, which is now hosted within the ESP program, are all significant milestones achieved. We have not stopped there. There was talk about also South-South learning. We had 2 missions, one to Kenya, technical, and high-level technical to Pakistan to study about the social registry. And we have good lessons which we have picked from there, and they will be informing social protection programming in this country. Enrolled teenage parents back into school. That has also been a significant achievement. Over 1,400 teenage parents have been enrolled in accredited vocational training institutions, and they are acquiring skills. You can see 4% are male and 96% are female. Emerging lessons, and this is the last slide. We can see that working with and through government leads to greater ownership and sustainability. That's a wonderful lesson for us. There is also still need to enhance knowledge and understanding of social protection and its contribution to development, because that will help us. If more and more people get to understand what social protection can do, We shall have allies in policy development, resource allocation, and I think we shall address most of the challenges which have been talked about. There are greater dividends in promoting prevention and early intervention to risks and vulnerability. That's a good learning. Multi-year financing is critical for sustainable social protection interventions. And for social protection systems to be effective, they should be integrated, dynamic, and responsive. And also strategic partnerships is a key ingredient for achieving comprehensive expansion of social protection. In terms of integration, which is our last slide, government has embedded nutrition-sensitive social protection programs already in the National Development Plan and the Social Protection Strategy. Capacity of district local government in West Nile has been built to develop district social protection investment plans. Also, we see local governments in West Nile trained into social protection capacity development plans. NutriCash MIS has already been developed, and I've mentioned it is already housed now, hosted in the Ministry of Gender ESP program. And all cash transfers under the proposed ISPP, which will be a successor program, including NutriCash, and the proposed child benefit will be coordinated by the ministry to reduce fragmentation. I thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Head of Expanding Social Protection at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, for that overview and summary. I only allowed you to proceed because the Commissioner for Ministry of Health said he has a very, very brief presentation. So otherwise, it's 5 minutes. And to encourage interaction, it's very important to just keep it to the key points, and then we get feedback from the members here. So I would like to invite Dr. Richard Mugahi to come, and the Commissioner of Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health at the Ministry of Health, to come and give the overview. Oh, I see somebody different. Will you stay within the 5 minutes?
Yes, I will.
Because
Good morning, everyone. I am not Richard Mugahi. I am Chris Ebong, but I will be making this presentation on behalf of the Commissioner. As a preamble, as the other component was trying to improve the amount of cash at the hands of people, we know for sure when people are empowered economically, the opportunity to access services increases. So we knew they were going to start to access health services, and we needed to prepare the health sector for that. So we had a component of health system strengthening, and I'll be walking you through what was done. Next slide. So for the health system strengthening, there were 3 major components. The first one was strengthening the district systems, the second one being the quality of care, and the last one being nutrition. Now for the district system strengthening, major efforts was put towards ensuring that the districts are using data to inform their programming, but also making sure that they keep note of the good innovations and success stories for future health programming. Now for the quality of care, we looked at 2 components. One, having the infrastructure available, and that's where we had to create a high dependent unit for mothers. These are units that take care of mothers with complications. We created neonatal intensive care units for the babies, and also we created facilities for hygiene, the wash. We also equally improved maternity as infrastructure. Then also the other component was improving the skills of healthcare workers through trainings, mentorship, and also improving the quality of care through quality improvement approaches, but also reorganizing the health systems. For the nutrition, we included the nutritional supplements into our routine systems for supplies through the national medical stores, but also we provided information and data-driven decision making, and we also developed capacity of health workers to identify, treat malnutrition. Now, as this was happening, it was under the guidance of Ministry of Health, but most of the implementation were taking place at the district level. Next slide. So what were some of the achievements that we noted as we implement this? So one of the things that we boast about is that now at West Nile, we have a system that actually account for what they are doing and coordinate activities within their region. With support from this particular CSSP project, we're able to create a local maternity and newborn system that sits every week, discuss issues related to health, provide intervention, local context intervention that are related to health. We also were able to functionalize health facilities to offer blood transfusion, but also cesarean section. Now, out of the 25 facilities in the region that are meant to offer comprehensive emergency obstetric care, we were able to functionalize 23 of them, which we thought was a very big achievement. We now have blood services in West Nile, but we also established a system for developing capacity of the health workers, what we call the hub and spoke model, where higher facilities with specialists are now able to move to lower facilities and train the health workers at those lower facilities as a way of continuously improving skills. And we have also finally, as a key achievement, we were able to improve what we call maternal perinatal death surveillance and response. This is where every single death of a mother because of pregnancy-related complication or of a baby within the first 1 month of life, we look at the circumstance around the death and design intervention to prevent such a similar death from happening in future. Now what we did with this is that we have digitalized it. It's now easy for every stakeholders to view what happened on a mother from any of the facilities within the region. So with this, we saw one, if you look at my top graph on your right, we saw that the number of babies actually coming to our facilities to access services since the beginning of the project improved from 474, now we are talking about 23,000. So this was a great achievement that the babies are actually now coming to the facility. And also we note when they come, their survival rate has improved over the time. The lower graph shows we are now measuring at the impact level of all the babies that, of all the deliveries that happen in the facility. How many babies are born either dead or die within the first 28 days. We saw there is a drop. We saw a drop as we moved through the project from 23 out of 100,000 live birth to now, 123 out of 100 live birth to now 16, which is a good achievement. Next slide. We have also seen increase in the utilization of wash services, the facilities we have created, and we see a drop in diseases that are related to hygiene, including diarrhea. We see improvement in access to services. Now we, as a region, approximately 35,000 mothers were able to be transported to the health facility because of the voucher that was there. And this is a great boost towards access to services. Now on my graph on the right side, it talks about the number of mothers that have complications that have been admitted in the eye-dependent units, which is a special unit that takes care of mothers with complication. Of interest, we see the line graph. The mothers being admitted are actually surviving more than they were, if you look at that line graph, and also the number of mothers that were actually being admitted has greatly improved. Those are the blue bars. Now down there, we have the proportion of mothers out of 100,000 live births that are actually dying due to pregnancy complication. We see it dropping across the implementation period of the project, which we think was a great achievement for this particular project. Last slide. As I conclude, there are strategic lessons that we learned, and we think this will improve our future programming in health. The first one is that integration and linkage, that when you integrate across sectors and across programs, it leads to improved efficiency, and going forward, we think we should move away from vertical health programming. We saw this very well with the vouchers. Because vouchers is for emergency medicine, but vouchers enable the mothers actually to come to the health facility and receive maternal services, which is a good one. But also, the little cash that was being given to the mothers empowered them to have that autonomy to make a decision that I'm sick, I don't need to wait for my husband to give me money. I can now move to the health facility freely. And in our maternal and perinatal death review, these are some of the things that we saw happening. The second thing is we need to have a context responsive that is premised on evidence. As we were implementing this project in West Nile with the coordination, we kept on learning, and people started to generate evidence based on the data that they have in their region, and this greatly improved care for the mother. Then strategic partnership, I think that has been highlighted, and as I conclude, I would say the last very important lessons that we learned was actually that when we document and clearly document the processes, it's very easy for us to transition to scale. I thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping it that short and precise and very filled with those infographs. I think they speak to what you really wanted to present. When I listened to the presenters, I remember what Thomas said, that this has worked well in West Nile. How about other regions of the country? We hope that this can be replicated and that the government can continue to support such interventions. So if you have any reactions to this, please hold them. We'll have that time for Q&A later on. I would like to go ahead and invite Mr. Paul Onapa, who will be speaking on behalf of the chairperson of Arua, Honorable Alfred, to just share some of the reflections that we had in the sub-national closeout event that I mentioned took place in Arua City. I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but I don't know whether he has aspirations to get into politics. The fact that he's speaking on behalf of the chairperson, he will tell us. You're welcome, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. And as you have indicated, if I change my mind, I think I'm still within the allowable period to consider that new path. But allow me stand and observe the protocol that is in the room that was articulated earlier to share with us the reflections and lessons we learned from the closeout event. And this, as you may know, that we have largely dedicated the month of March to reflect on the lessons, to reflect on the achievements, but also reflect on the challenges that we have encountered in implementing the CSSP intervention. And many of us may know that on the 19th of March, that's about 2 weeks ago, we did hold a sub-regional event, closeout event in Arua. And in this event, we were privileged to host the Director General of SIDA. We're very, very glad, Thomas, for enabling that to happen. We're also very glad to host the UN coordinator for Uganda. We're very glad also to host representatives from the Embassy of Sweden, as well as ministries, departments, and agencies, and other stakeholders from the districts. We had technical and political leadership from the West Nile region. And what is very critical is that prior to this event, the Director General from SIDA had the opportunity to interact with the beneficiaries. And with this, they were able to feel the impacts of the program firsthand, but also reflect on what we now see as some of the lessons learned. So allow me, again, take this opportunity. I will not dwell so much on the achievements because that has been ably articulated in the two presentations we have seen from the health system strengthening and the social protection system strengthening. But one thing which stood out in terms of a takeaway from the sub-regional event is that there is a noticeable achievement in terms of the program registering the impacts at various levels and within the two components. I think this was evidently articulated by the beneficiaries, it was evidently articulated by the district officials, and we can even see the stories as we see today from the presentations, and I know that there is also testimonies that are coming up. But allow me just single out two, and one from each component. That from the health systems strengthening, again, Dr. Bong has indicated the significant investment that has gone into the West Nile region. That, I think, is something very, very commendable, because we know that most of our facilities, most of our local governments suffer from acute deficiency in terms of this. But what is very important is something to share, is the catalytic investment in terms of the border transport system. And if I may just tell you about what this is. In the West Nile region, because of the challenges of access to health facilities, because of the challenges of the bad roads and all these things, UNICEF supported the communities to identify small groups of border riders. They are normally about 10 for each community, and these are known. Their numbers, telephone numbers are known and are shared with the communities. But beyond that, they are given basic training. And the basic training is on first aid. They have training on road safety management, because they're going to be transporting pregnant women and sometimes young children. But also very important is that they're equipped with the knowledge to give first aid in case a pregnant woman moves into stage 2 of their labor. Now, this has been a game changer, and when we, in the field, we did see the testimonies from the rural women, how this has helped them deliver their babies safely and in a very good way. But on the social protection system strengthening, allow me also inform you that the linkage between social protection and resilience building has been evident. We could see this from the young mothers. As Thomas said, the impact is felt with the young mothers, is felt with the children, is felt with the communities. And this was largely evident. We could see what they are doing. The young mothers have been organized into groups. They are care mother groups, they are teenage mother groups, but above all, they have been skilled. And with this skilling, they are now able to transit to adulthood in a much more organized, in a much more sustainable, and in a much more realistic way. But from these, allow me point out a few things in terms of what is emerging for us to think about in terms of the concerns. And we have seen that from this, we've had investments, but the questions which are emerging is, what is the capacity, or how ready are the local governments able to sustain the gains that have been made? And this is in terms of resources, is in terms of the skills, is in terms of facilities, and in terms of all the structuring. Even from the health system strengthening, we did see the investment at the health facility level. Do the local governments have the capacity to sustain these gains? At social protection system strengthening, we have seen the efforts that have been created to engage and organize these teenage mothers. How can local governments move in the face of limited resources? But we have also seen, when I shared about the border voucher system, how these are critical. This is a private sector. But one of the questions which are now emerging is, how can we better organize, or what is the space of the private sector in the provision and delivery of social protection? So as we design these interventions, how do we take into account the role of the private sector in the delivery of social protection? So as I conclude, we have also reflected on some of the entry points that as a group we need to think about, because they help us in seeing how to support and sustain the gains. The first is, I think as we move from this phase, I want to adopt the recommendation that we don't see this as a closeout, but rather as we deliberate on how to transition to the next phase, I think it is very important that we consider linking these groups, linking these efforts to existing interventions and wealth creation efforts of government. We know that government has GROW, PDM, Youth Livelihood, Women Entrepreneurship Program, and here we're saying that we have skilled the mothers. So if we have skilled them, why can't we then link them to Access GROW? If we have skilled them, Why can't we link them to access PDM? And all these other things. The other second aspect, again, we know that one of the drivers of health expenditure is the health services, is the cost. And the conversation that, again, the country director from UNICEF did highlight is critical and comes back alive. The role of national health insurance. Isn't this the time when we need to reflect more critically and get it back on the table, because it will help us to sustain the gains that we have made at the health facility. Otherwise, without this, then it will be very difficult for us to sustain those gains. But what we have also seen at the local government level, we did support under the social protection systems strengthening, we did support the local governments to develop social protection investment plans. Very good milestone registered. But can we now move to the second level? Can we have these integrated, one, in the district development plans, because that is part of the national planning framework, but can we also ensure that in all planning frameworks of government, and this includes the ministry strategic plans, and also the NDP4, which we have done quite well to integrate the aspects of the CSSP in, but can we see that the social protection investment plans that were developed at the district level can get their way into the district investment plans, but also in the various sector investment plans, Minister of Gender, Minister of Health, Minister of Local Government, among others. But it's also very important, Thomas did tell us in the morning, that the funding space, the fiscal space is declining. And that is a reality that we need not to hide our heads in the sand. So how do we explore innovative financing mechanisms to finance and support the gains we have made in social protection? At the local level, for example, one of the commitments and issues that is coming up is, can local governments allocate a proportion of their local revenue to finance social protection based on their social protection investment plans? That is one recommendation on the table. But at a national level as well, we are also continuing to engage the respective ministries to increase the financing for social protection. Currently, we are at 0.7% of our GDP, but can we get it anywhere closer to 1% or more to bring it closer to the need, but also to the average within the region and others? Lastly, is the gains are self-explanatory. Oliver Twist once said they need to give more. And the more has been or is coming into life through the integrated social protection program. What one would say to bring the second phase of the CSSP. There is a demand from the communities that can we expedite this program so that it starts as soon as possible, so that we do not lose the gains, but instead sustain and build further from what we have achieved. I thank you very much, and this is what was emerging from our sub-regional closeout event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. That was very detailed and very well articulated. Now I don't know where you should fall, because you would fit in the politics, but I see you speak and breathe social protection. I think we need you here. We still need you this side. Please don't cross. I wouldn't want to dilute what he has said, and so I would like to request the media team to just play 2 videos to just demonstrate some of the things that have the outcomes of this project, and then we'll have a conversation thereafter. So that will take about 10 minutes of our time. Let's pay attention to the videos that are going to be projected. Thank you.
One of the mother who benefited from UCAS. I started benefiting from UCAS when I was pregnant. In fact, when I was a mother, presently pregnant mother, I started getting my money from UCAS. That one was like giving us 48,000, but in cash it will give us 33,400. Then that's a saving that they're giving us, that they're saving for us 14,600 remain as our saving. I benefited up to the time when my child was 2 years. After that, I came out from the saving, from the NICAS, whatever, NICAS, whatever, money, but still, I was benefiting a lot. When I was in NICAS, I learned a lot. We never knew how we were supposed to move up to go to the health centers, but because of NICAS, they taught me how to move continental, at least as a mother, supposed to move continental each days. When you have given birth, you're supposed to breastfeed your child at least 8 times a day. And also we learned about NICAS food, how to handle your children to benefit from nutrition food. We learned about kitchen garden, where you're supposed to plant small, small crops around your home. So in case of any other thing, just goes around and remove some greens and put on fire and give your child to eat. And also, not only that, it's a NICAS, we learned about how to maintain home, sanitation around home. You have to keep your children to be okay. Also on top of that, I was also like a lead mother. You move around, you teach mothers how to care for their children. You look for the malnourished children, so the children are malnourished, or the children are feeding well. That is what I learned from NICAS. Also the same time as NICAS, we formed a group of serving. Since we started our serving, we have been giving interloaning, where you give a loan to your friends, and your friend also return the loan. Since I've been saving, I took some money from the saving, so I started buying some bags, but since that money was not enough, that time when we picked some money from the bank, as in cash money, we have kept our money, 14,600. So I had to pick some money and added it on the other money which I was using. So I had to buy more bags to make them 300 bags. Currently, I'm raising them like 300 bags in the store. So currently, I'm expecting to get 3,900,000 from out of it.
My name is Ampon Chandru Mary. I am 19 years old. I was chosen among teenage mothers on this project course. So after this training has changed my life. Like before, I've been just idle, been just digging, any other work, but money was hard, savings was hard. When I did this training, after the training, I come up with the workshop where currently I'm working. Now it has changed my life. Right now I can be able to save and be able to help the community. The most thing which I've helped community in doing it, when I just pick my machine outside here to learn, to do work like that, some other teenage mothers will also come and gather around me to keep interest, also to learn. But as a source of income, I'll tell them, this will give me something to give more capital, so that I increase my work ethic. At the time they gather here, it is a help the community. Whereby those teenage mothers also they come and gather around me, they learn some, and also keep interest to learn. Because before, in a month, I couldn't get money like right now. In a week like that, I'll be able to get 10,000 savings to buy some small things and to help the house also contribute together with my mom, contribute like that. Able after this training, so it has helped me a lot.
forth, the structure was not in good shape. The beds that you saw in maternity ward are also supported or supplied by UNICEF. They brought for us 2 delivery beds, new ones. They also brought a number of those equipment that we require: labor suits, resuscitation kits, delivery kits. We even have a new sterilizer.
We had very big challenge of water in maternity, especially the labor suits, where there's a lot of water needed, both for hand washing, even in the swimming room, we need a lot of water for washing our equipment and for rinsing the linens that we use.
So specific investments in water system in this facility included drilling a borehole, a high-zinc borehole, which was motorized using a solar-powered system, and which has 2 distribution points. One for the health facility that can be used by the health facility and the staff living on the premises, and the other one that supplies water to the communities.
And I can think of no other investment that is so crucial for providing delivery services, neonatal care, etc., as running water. Sometimes we work on issues that take longer, but sometimes it's good to see these very tangible things that immediately address the needs of communities they are meant to serve.
Initially, for the last about 4 or 5 years, we have had our institutional deliveries. Mothers who are delivering in the hospital were at only 42% of all the pregnancies that we expect in the district. But currently, we have shot up to 60%. And we are seeing this, and it is promising that we are going to go even higher past the national target. So that for us is a very, very big achievement. And the only thing that we have to now look at as a district is to see how we can sustain this community ambulance or referral system.
We have been engaged in discussions about the projects that we support. And I'm happy to see, and I didn't expect otherwise, to see UNICEF doing the same, really looking at what the needs are, what could be done, what the challenges are. So I've been, I come away impressed, happy with what we together have achieved here.
And from UNICEF side, we will continue working with the district local government, with priority facilities, high volume facilities that provide services to children, women, and their families, to make sure that there's continued attention from the local government, but also that we help mobilize resources from donors such as Sweden, who have been extremely generous in Arua, but also in the West Nile, and have been open to providing support to both host population and refugees.
Thank you very much to the communication and media teams from both WFP and UNICEF for those testimonies and those products of communication. I guess it's very important that sometimes, as they say, seeing is believing, and listening to this kind of testimonies are very encouraging and motivating to all those who support and who believe in the objective of such projects like CSSP. So in the interest of managing time, I'll go to our next program on the agenda. If you look at your program, we have a panel discussion. The beauty is I'm the moderator, so I'll control the time. I have very many people so worried about if we'll finish on time, and Mr. Thomas has been checking. He says his ambassador has to close this workshop, and you know everything is really timed. So I would like to invite our panelists, and as they walk to the front, I will briefly read their bios, and I would like to call upon all the 5 panelists. That's Mr. Paul Onapa, Mr. Herman Ejoku, Dr. Richard Mugahi or his representative, Ms. Tina, and Dr. Flavia Mpanga. Please come to the front, and as you walk, I think I'll take the opportunity to just briefly introduce you. I'll start with Paul, our potential politician, who gave us an overview of what we had in Arua. Paul is the Deputy Head of Expanding Social Protection at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. He has supported innovative policy processes, such as the development of the National Protection Strategy 2024. I'm sure a lot of you saw it outside at the, being displayed, as well as mainstreaming social protection in the development of the National Development Plan 3, among many other policy processes within the ministry. And he has previously worked under the Youth Livelihood Program. So join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Mr. Paul Onapa. Next is Mr. Herman Ejoku, the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer of Koboko District, who has previously worked as the Principal Assistant COW in Kaberamida and Queen District. He's a seasoned public administrator with over 18 years of experience in social works and administration. He has supported in the implementation of several government projects, including the pilot social assistant grants for empowerment. That's the SAGE. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Herman. Next is Dr. Richard Mugahi. Okay, he's being represented, and I think we've all interacted with Dr. Kindly remind me of the name? Chris Ebong, and I guess he'll introduce himself very briefly when we start the conversation. And next I'll go to Tina, who is the Head of Social Protection at the World Food Program, Uganda Country Office, since last year, 2024. She has over a decade of work experience in various WFP operations in East Africa and headquarters. And finally, last but not least, is Dr. Flavia Mpanga, who is the team lead, primary healthcare system strengthening at UNICEF Country Office, with over 2 decades of experience in implementing public health programs. Dr. Mpanga has been instrumental in coordinating Uganda's national health policy and the health sector development plan, among many other policies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for welcoming our panelists. And I'll go straight right into the discussion. And this conversation is really going to focus on the recommendations to support sustainability. A lot of our speakers spoke about the need of sustainability, to sustain the gains of this project, whose outcomes we've seen, amazing stories and testimonies. And I'll start with Paul, who represents government. Paul, in your opinion, what has been some of the best practices? What have been some of the best practices of managing such a multi-stakeholder partnership? Very briefly.
Thank you very much, Maureen. I'll be very brief. Since morning, we have been hearing about the lessons from the CSSP. And for me, as you have said, one of the best practices that I got, or that we have witnessed in implementing the CSSP, has been, one, the collaboration and working through existing structures of government. I think that has bore very many fruits. We've seen how that has led to system strengthening at the national level. And again, we can clearly see Minister of Gender, we see Office of the Prime Minister. Then when you see how that collaboration has played out at the district level, particularly if you start from the district level, the infrastructure, you go down to this facility, you go down to the sub-county. I think for me, working through the existing structures in government, one is a sign of confidence in the systems, but also is also an opportunity for governments to strengthen what is existent. And that is what builds sustainability of any intervention. And we have also seen that through this, we've been able to even create new structures. New structures, not the ones which are in law, but coordination committees, like social protection coordination committees. And these are up to sub-county level. These are very critical in sustaining the gains that we have made in social protection. But what we have also seen for me as a best practice, which again also speaks to what the speakers in the morning talked about, is the ability for us to integrate emerging technologies and particularly call it communication. You look at the things that we've developed, the NutriCash, the MIS systems, and being able to link this to the single registry, I think for me stands out as a best practice for us from achieving the CSSP. But what is also very, very important is in terms of the best practice is I see here, because we have highlighted a lot of them, and from the discussion since the morning, is supporting the legal and policy framework. Because all of the things have to end up somewhere, and that's the beneficiary. But for them to end up in a structured way, they must be backed up by a coherent, a consistent, and an unorganized legal and policy framework. And for me, the ability to invest in that is a testament of one. Oftentimes, many people don't want to go into the soft areas where you're investing in policies. They don't want. People want to invest in structures. People want to invest where it is visible. But for that to be visible, you need a proper backing of the legal and policy framework. And for me, that stands out as one of the successes of this. Because of that, as our minister said, now we have what you'd call it a foundation for operationalizing a life cycle approach in Uganda. We now see we have the policy framework is in place, we have seen the interventions, and we're now seeing how these interventions can fit within a life cycle. You can now target children. After that, you move to another category. They have moved to teenage mothers. Now we are also following them there. We are scaling them. Now when they get to young people, we shall give them social insurance. And when they get to older persons, we shall be able to support them. So operationalizing a life cycle approach is an outcome of this investment in the CSSP. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think that was holistic, very well articulated, and you answered. I think you addressed the question. And I think what stands out for me is the fact that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You work with the existing structures and you save on a lot of resources. I'll move to you, Honorable Herman. What would you describe? Oh, do I address you as Honorable, as Cow? No, Mr. Herman, I'm sorry. You know, when we were in Arua, we had a lot of LC5 chairpersons, and it's a very thin line if you don't put the Honorable title, but my apologies. Mr. Herman, what would you describe as your biggest achievement in the 5 years of implementation?
Thank you, Maureen. I'll give my presentation in two segments. One is on the health system strengthening. As Koboko and the entire West Nile, we looked at the presentations there. For the hospital, we got the neonatal intensive care unit. Initially, we had to make all referrals to Arua Regional Referral Hospital. You know, West Nile is a refugee hosting region, and the pressure in Arua was quite high, and we've been able to reduce the number of neonatal deaths because we hold them and we're able to keep them now for about 24 weeks, and they usually recover. That's a big plus for us. West Nile also initially was not connected to the national grid, and we didn't have a generator at the hospital. Now we're provided with a 20 kVA generator that we're using in the hospital. Initially, when we'd have power blackouts, we'd actually even lose mothers in the course of operations. So that's a big plus for us. Under this, we had wash support in the health facilities. Actually, for us, in all the health facilities that were health center 3s, apart from the ones who have upgraded, we had wash facilities, and then we had the water systems motorized in all these facilities. That's a very big achievement for us as a district. Initially, our human resource for health was standing at about 37%. But when we had the project come in, where the UNICEF support us to recruit a number of health workers. That pushed our standing to initially 65% and then 72%. Now, as a district local government, we have been able to absorb all this stuff into the payroll. It made it easy because when we were discussing with the Minister of Public Service for wage, we already had this in our system, and we showed the gap, and they were able to provide wage for us to absorb the entire human resources under UNICEF into the main payroll, which is a very, very big achievement for us. Although we have gone back to 65% now because we had the number of health centers upgraded to health center 3s. But that's a big achievement. We have also had increased demand for health services amongst our people. Particularly, we now have parents bringing children with malnutrition to the hospital. Initially, they would think it is superstitious and that kind of thing, but later on, they realize that's actually issues of nutrition. That also goes with the fact that our people understood nutrition in a different manner. They thought when you're eating meat, and what Maureen was saying, that at the table, others were going for carbohydrates, others were going for the fruits. So for us in our communities at the local level, our people knew when you're eating meat and that kind of thing, you're actually having what? Good nutrition. So with the backyard gardening and the sensitizations, people have realized that at least you need to eat about 5 groups of food within 24 hours, something like that, and that is much, much appreciated. With that, our health records show that anemia has reduced among children and among pregnant and lactating mothers. Initially from 65 to 45, and then from 36 to 25%. That's a big plus. Now, under the social protection, for the districts in West Nile, 3 of us were able to develop the social protection investment plans. The districts of Adjumani, the district of Yumbe, and Koboko. For the case of Koboko, we have already integrated our investment plan in the DDP4. And we are hoping that we'll be able to finance it within our resources and then from the partners. That's a big plus for us, and we're already implementing that. Number 2, we're able to establish the social protection coordination committees at the district level up to the sub-county levels. Now, we also built the capacity. Currently, our coordination committees are very active, and the membership is good enough. Of recent, the banks have joined us, all our meetings. We have Stanbic attending, we have Post Bank attending, and we have Centennial attending, which is a very big plus for us, and they're able to share with us the opportunities that they have in the banks. We have other partners who come in and we're able to share the opportunities that are available. We trained or we skilled the teenage parents.
Okay.
As Koboko and the entire West Nile, our levels of teenage pregnancy is quite high. Now, if we now have skilled 1,439, specifically for Koboko, we skilled 234. During the graduation of these teenage parents, we invited potential employers for each of them, because we had about 2 venues. And during that graduation, we gave them the startup kits. And about 36 of them got employed that very day within the welding and the motorcycle repairs. Now, the others, we carried out a tracer study about 2 weeks ago to try and find out what are they doing, how are they faring. We have not got that report. When we get that report, then we'll be able to sit in our Social Protection Coordination Committee and evaluate that how do we link these others now to grow, to PDM and that kind of thing.
So,
also about
Mr. Ijoku, I'll let you hold it there on that report. Let's have other panelists speak. We'll still come back to you, and then you'll share, and then we'll have the conversation.
You know, I was a bit, the districts benefited directly.
Yes.
So when I'm giving a perspective of the beneficiaries, but it's
understand.
Okay.
I understand, and I'll apologize for that, but I want us to have a very rich conversation for all of us to have an opportunity to keep speaking and
It's
have
okay. It's okay.
an interactive session. So I'll move to you, Doctor. And my question is very simple. You presented very good statistics here. What has been your biggest takeaway from this CSSP?
Thank you. I'll start by conveying apology from Dr. Richard Mugahi. He had to leave us because he has a presentation in Parliament. It's budget season and it has a lot of implications. So to the question straight away, what has been my biggest take home? I think for me, the biggest is the approach on how this project was implemented. And it takes into considerations all aspects of service provision when it comes to maternal and child health. You see, it did not only invest in the health facility, but the first step of service provision is actually that empowered woman who will make a decision that I need to go to health facility. When we were in Aroa, I was impressed with one of the ladies that had been skilled when she said, now, because I have a skill, I can actually stand up and talk in the community and people listen. Now, that woman has been being empowered to make a decision. And if that woman is sick, she will not wait for the husband to move to a health facility, which is the first step in ensuring that you get health care. And when we look at issues related to maternal death, that is one of the delays that actually cause a lot of death. Delay to make a decision to go to a health center, because I have to wait for my mother-in-law, my husband to make that decision. But now the woman is empowered and can make the decision, so that delay has been bridged. The second one, and my brother Onapa talked about it, is actually now I've made that decision. I have to move to the health center. How do I move? And he talked about the creation of a community of borders that are actually able to transport these mothers. And they have some skills. They have some skills that they enable them to transport the mothers to the health facility. And that is going to stay there. It will remain there. It will continue transporting the mothers. And that will deal with the delay to reach the health facility, which I thought was great.
Okay.
Then when we reach the health facility, when the mother reaches the health facility, we have seen in most cases the investment has been in trying to skill the health workers. But I think this project for me, which is a big take home, is also that it covers everything within the health facility. As the cow said, it recruited health workers, not just skilling. And the process of recruitment was also interesting, that I am recruiting for you for a certain time period. After that, you'll take over. So we know for sure those health workers are there, they're going to stay, they're going nowhere. And I wish if all projects could take that approach. Go to that district saying, okay, we'll pay for the health workers within a certain time period. Afterwards, take over so that it remains there.
Thank you, Doctor.
As I conclude,
yes, please.
we're also happy that they provided equipment. It's going to remain there. In most cases, you just skill health workers, employ them, but you don't give them the tools. So I think for me, the take home is that the project was look at all the cascade of care, and it was a positive for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that feedback. I'll go to Tina. You head social protection at WFP Uganda country office. My question to you is, how can child-sensitive social protection be sustained and integrated into the national policies and systems beyond this program's closure?
Thank you. Now I'm very intimidated. So many doctors and a very tough moderator. Of course, this issue of sustainability in so many ways doesn't come as a surprise. It is undoubtedly something that all of us practitioners and the technical implementers of this program have been sort of battling with throughout, and I'm the newcomer to the program, so to some extent I can speak for the team, but I'm sure we've heard that concern coming across the comments in this forum so far. projects are finite. They come to an end inevitably. We've had the pleasure and privilege of having this program run for the past 5 years. However, I'm sure every night when we go to bed as the technical team in this program, we do stay awake and think about what remains after the program ends. What long-term doors and sort of future gazing have we managed to do in the course of this program that will continue to benefit the national social protection and also the health systems going forward. It's not an easy task, but I do think that genuinely this program has developed not just outputs or deliverables that contribute to the sustainability agenda. We've heard so much about all the guidelines developed, the operational systems upgraded, put in place, maintained. We've heard about policies, strategies, how we've helped shape the national social protection policy direction. The work very much continues, and it's thanks to the way of working, which was very systematic. And again, here the admiration goes to the technical team that I have the pleasure to work with, and that are in the ministry, in OPM, in the districts and local governments, and so forth. There's been a systematic approach of starting with assessments. So you see all the reports produced out there. There's been a wealth of knowledge products, but also sort of baseline and capacity assessments that weren't just shelved, but that were used systematically throughout these 5 years to inform the work that we do, especially on systems building. And yeah, we've rigorously monitored progress. We've made sure that the lessons learned are well documented and that they are embedded in the national policy framework. And in many ways, what you see here is a very vibrant social protection community in Uganda. Now that I started my work here, I was very impressed by the vibrancy, the spirit, the team spirit, sort of a family feel that the social protection community has in Uganda. And I'm sure that this program, and I'm very confident, has contributed to that. A very, very highly skilled social protection community of practitioners that are able to operate very high, kind of sophisticated operational and delivery systems for social protection that we've also contributed to. Now, in terms of the global significance of what we have done, I think we have demonstrated something that a lot of countries currently struggle with, and that is how do you connect the dots between social protection, nutrition, and climate resilience? We are missing the train on this point around the world. And now that we've looked at the social protection strategy that Paul mentioned, the other ministry colleagues, the minister mentioned, actually Uganda's vision in that regard is quite solid. And it's solid because we have the operational experience from programs such as CSSP and NutriCash that demonstrate how this can be done in practice. And it's been heavy lifting, extremely painstaking technical work, both in terms of design, but also delivery. We've delivered this program in the context of COVID, climate shocks, and so forth. And the fact that we've managed to reflect those lessons in the national policy direction is really impressive. And it is pioneering globally. So a huge applause. The program does cause ripple effects, not just within Uganda, but also regionally within WFP. This is really looked upon as an exemplary program. I was, because of that reason, also very excited to join the team here. What is this mysterious CSSP that everybody's talking about? Now we have the pleasure to be here and see it unfold and in front of us. But also, yeah, in the global nutrition community, social protection community, we are committed to sharing the lessons, sharing these great experiences in those global and regional debates going forward, and inspiring ourselves and others to continue implementing NutriCash here in Uganda, as we've heard mentioned from many stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you for sharing that. And it's good to know that a lot of these lessons have been well documented. It's very important that this documentation exists. I'll come to you, Dr. Flavia. And my question to you is very simple. How have the health system strengthening investments been pivotal to the implementation of the CSSP program?
Thank you so much, Maureen. I think the first thing I would like to say that when we are brought into this world, when we are born, we need to be born safely. And our mothers needn't die. A woman should not die while giving life. That's cardinal. So the health system strengthening opportunities in this project have made sure that has happened. The women have been saved up to an increment of about 30%. Those who have been lucky enough to deliver their babies in health facilities across the West Nile region, 30% more have survived. Our health facilities in the past were like death traps. You get into a health facility having made that journey only to die, and you know why? There are no human resources that are skilled enough to attend to you. So this project has been able to train midwives, and it's been able to put up infrastructure, get into high dependency units, and then when the child is eventually born, the newborn care units have been set up across the region. And some children are born premature, not because the mothers don't care. They've had malaria, they've had a difficult birth, and the child comes in and they cannot breathe. So if a child cannot breathe, you need a human resource that's able to help that child breathe and save that child. If they're anemic, etc., etc. So the newborn care units have been instrumental in achieving that. And thanks to the Swedish government, working with the local governments, working with all of us together to be able to achieve that. No woman should die while giving birth. The second and I think important thing that has happened in this project was triggering the communities. Community empowerment is important. The NutriCash brought the cash into the women's pockets, the men's pockets. Even men have been involved. But we always think that human beings don't know what to do. Everybody wishes the best for their child. And if you know that an egg a day can reduce stunting by 47%, then you'll see that picture which we saw right up there. You have your poultry farm. And that NutriCash has been able to deliver things like that. And the children's nutritional status has improved. Stunting is irreversible. If your child is stunted, there will never be a doctor like me. Never. So I'm telling you, let us do our best to educate our women, our communities about key family care practices. A child needs to be breastfed for 6 months exclusively. We have done that in this project, and the women are triggered to do that. You saw that in those videos. Let us give them a diversified diet, like he talked about it. They should be like 5 colors on the child's plate for them to have a balanced diet. We did that. And by doing what? By talking to the communities. You talk to them, they have the food. Uganda could easily be a food basket for Africa. Why do we have malnutrition in this country? It bothers me every day. It keeps me awake at night. We can't have that. Then another thing that we did in this project was to ensure there were commodities in the health facilities. And how did we do that? By training the people who are in charge of commodities at the health centers to quantify and to be able to order. Because some of these commodities are available at NMS, but the health workers staff don't know how to order and quantify what they need for the year. And once these commodities can come in, and there's a zero tolerance for stockouts, then our mothers are going to survive, our children are going to survive, and those triggered communities will make their way to their health facilities and not die. They won't be death traps. So I think that way we have done well to improve the supply side of the health system, and also the voucher system, which everybody talked about. And we've got to think about ways of getting those borders triggered to continue that work, and I have ideas. I hope she'll give me an opportunity to articulate sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Flavia, you speak with passion like Dr. Lim Lim. I guess I'm not shocked you're from the same profession. But we want this panel to be very participatory and to have these conversations. And although I have more questions for the panelists, I want to hear from you people. And what we'll do, because that will enable them speak further. Instead of me asking, you could be having a question that could even be more relevant than what I would want to ask. So if you have any question, commentary by show of hands. I have a mic here. I request that we keep it precise and concise. We shouldn't ask our question and explain it. You ask a question and say because, just ask and then direct it to any of the panelists, and please don't repeat what someone has already asked. Let's have as many people contribute. Introduce yourself and then ask.
Okay, my name is Athan Amara. I represent Help Age organization in Uganda. Mine goes to Dr. Flavia. Just to start from where she has stopped, because that was bothering me. The predecessors talked about border borders, how they are trained in first aid, how they are motivated. My question is on sustainability. The project has ended. Who is going to get their fuel? Who is going to keep them motivated? Who is going to supervise them? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have the next question.
Thank you very much. My name is Ochero Ogola. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. My question goes to Paul. You ably articulated the issue of legal framework and policy framework for implementing social protection. I'm afraid that we may lose the very good recommendations from the CSSP in the fact that it's not going to be included in the NDP4 as one of the framework for our implementation of activities. How is government or this closure ensure that the successes and recommendations from CSSP is included in the NDP4 so that we don't miss it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, please.
Yes. Next is me. My name is Titus Ouma, and I work with the ESP. Mine is not a question, but just to add that there was an achievement as a result of CSSP in which there was a deepened understanding of social protection. I'm in charge of capacity building, but whenever I would go for training before CSSP, stakeholders, especially in the local governments, would think that social protection is just SAGE. So when you go for trainings, they will say, what is social protection? That this is a program that gives money, to older persons SAGE. So when CSSP came, there was a number of trainings on social protection, especially Transform, in which technical people at the districts and at the center, as well as politicians, were given, were trained on Transform, which had a wider coverage on social protection. So there was deepened understanding leading to sustainability of social protection. So to me, I see that as an achievement.
Thank you very much. Do we have, yes, we have here. We can't hear. Is the mic working?
Yes, thank you very much. I am called Dennis Afeku from Koboko. Mine goes to my colleague from Ministry of Health, and I would want to understand how this project has helped to manage the issue of infectious diseases as well as the immunizable diseases in the communities in both the refugees and the host communities across West Nile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final? Yes, let's have a final question here.
Thank you very much. My name is John Wamanya. I'm a consultant in the World Bank on social protection mainly. Now, it's not a question as such, maybe a comment. I have heard many people on the panel and others talking about sustaining borders to carry our pregnant mothers. I'm shocked that we want to sustain that kind of mode of transport, even under our circumstances. I do not know whether those borders has modeled are new models, or they have been modeled to carry our mothers, because I see it as a risk for a border to carry a pregnant woman. Maybe let me finish, moderator. I have another comment. I know that there have been attempts to improve collaboration in these programs, but still one of the key outstanding challenges we face in social protection is inadequate coordination, or if you want to call it collaboration. Many pieces of work are being done by many players, but in an isolated manner, and which often leads to, of course, duplication of effort and less impact of the intervention. I'm glad that I've heard good comments here talking about the good collaboration that has been there in this program. Now, the World Bank is currently undertaking a scoping exercise of social protection activities being undertaken by different partners in order to determine areas of synergy. We hope that this exercise, once it is completed, will help strengthen collaboration and enhance synergy among partners who shall have been identified. However, you realize that this effort is not enough to bring about effective coordination of all players in the social protection sphere, because the players in social protection are more than the partners that we have targeted. They include government agencies and other non-state actors, which calls for the office of the Prime Minister, I think, which is responsible for the overall coordination of government policies and programs, to strengthen coordination function across government, including local governments, and between government and other players, in order to enhance synergy among players and increase impact of these programs.
Okay.
And that's my comment.
Thank you very much.
Moderator.
Thank you very much for that comment. I think at this point in time, first I would like to recognize the presence of the ambassador of the Embassy of Sweden, who has just walked in. Thank you very much. You're most welcome to the session. We are currently having a panel discussion and reflecting on how we can support sustainability of the gains of this project. And we've just been having a Q&A, and we'll have our panelists respond to that. I'll ask in this order that the doctor from the Ministry of Health goes first in 1 minute to answer the issue on infectious diseases. And then Paul will respond to the successes being included in the NDP3. And then we'll have Dr. Flavia talk about the sustainability issue of borders. And then I'll take it on from there for Tina and Mr. Herman. Yes, in a minute.
Thank you. So this particular project dealt with infectious diseases, both directly and indirectly. For the WASH, we know for sure there are quite a number of diseases that are transmitted through orophycal, from stool to your mouth when you don't wash your hands well. And by, as we saw in Bondo, constructing a water system for washing hands and for hygiene, we know diseases like diarrhea were dealt with directly. But also indirectly, this project brought mothers closer to us, where actually in the health sector we give both preventive and treatment. For example, if a pregnant mother comes to us because of this project, we are able to give them nets that prevent them from getting mosquitoes, so we are dealing with infectious diseases. We are able to give them fungicide that will protect them from malaria and things like that. So bringing them closer enable us actually to provide them the services, but also improving the quality of services by having skilled workforce, good number, and all the tools you need resulted into retaining the mothers in care. They come when they're pregnant, they deliver with us, they have a good experience, they're going to come back after delivery for postnatal care, they're going to bring their children back to us because they had a good experience from the time of entry till the end. So for this particular project, I think it dealt with infectious diseases in that way.
Thank
Moderator,
you.
if you could allow me just say one thing about the border. The borders we are talking about here are not ordinary borders. These are skilled borders. They have been trained. So the issue of risk, I think, was eliminated by the idea that the borders were actually trained. And we are talking about mothers without complications. We know mothers that, previously used to walk a long distance to access facilities, probably carry on a bicycle because they have to walk that long distance to access the facilities. But those ones with complications that cannot actually be carried on a border, there was a separate regimen to have them carried using the ambulance system, which I think was the scaring point from the consultant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification and for your submission on that as well. Paul, in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, Michael, for your question. Again, this is about how we can use the lessons from CSSP to inform the planning frameworks. And the NDP4, as Michael said, is one of the documents, the planning frameworks, that we have used or taken advantage or opportunity of to ensure that what we have done in CSSP gets its way into the NDP4 that is starting in July. And I'll give you 3 particular examples to relate to this. One, the National Development Plan is operationalized through what we call the Program Implementation Action Plans. These are PIAPs. And these list the set of interventions that the government is going to prioritize in the next 5 years. And with the lessons from CSSP, we included in that as one of the interventions for social protection, expanding NutriCash to other regions of the country. And this is costed. It is in the plan. The other second aspect, which we did put in the plan, also in the PIAPs, using the lessons from CSSP, is how we can use the plus components of the CSSP and integrate them within the social protection programming. I'll give you an example. FinLit, financial literacy, backyard gardening, the social behavior change communication. Now, these are also things that we have integrated within our PIAPs and the NDP4 to complement social protection, but also evidence generation as a key pillar. And Tina talked about it. The nexus between social protection and attainment of health outcomes, nutrition outcomes, and a proper roadmap for an evidence generation to that effect, I think for me is one of the ways we have done. But lastly, allow me also to say that with the lessons from CSSP, a lot of things are happening in government. One example, and Dr. Lim Lim is here, the NUSAF 4 that is going to start implementation hopefully in July has taken on some of the lessons and components from CSSP, one of them being the NutriCash. Now, you know that the scale of NUSAF 4 is bigger. It's over 100 districts. Now that, and again, Joe is again also here, he can attest to that as one of the key intervention areas for NUSAF 4. But also secondly, the lessons from CSSP on the payment systems have helped to redefine and inform government on the way to go. PDM, for example, is adopting these lessons with the online payment systems. ESP, where I work, we are also exploring possibilities with a possible pilot in 2 districts to explore how do we use online payment systems to deliver social protection services. And these are all coming from the CSSP and will transform the way we deliver social protection in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Dr. Flavia, on the question of sustainability of the border initiative.
Thank you very much for those very thoughtful comments and questions. Out of every 100 women who are pregnant, 15 could actually have complications. And if they have complications, they've got to get to a health facility quickly to get care, otherwise they'll die. So we've got to be innovative. I don't know how many of you in this room have been to West Nile. You've seen the roads, and it's even worse during the rainy season. We have to be innovative. And as a country, we decided to do that. We decided to be innovative. The borders are a good mode of transport if you can make it safe. We have tried bicycle ambulances. I'm a Rotarian, and we have donated a lot of bicycle ambulances, which in my mind are not necessarily as safe as the borders, because you sit at the back and you go bump up and down if it's a bumpy road. These borders can be made safe if you train the rider. It is not the chaotic thing that you see on Kidgum House. There are not that many in West Nile. So because of this training, these mothers can be transported, especially, delivery is a normal biological process. You can deliver at home, right? But it's safer to deliver in health units because we can't even sometimes predict which ones that are 15% who are going to be complicated. So this is an innovative way. It could work in Kabale, it could work in West Nile, it could work in any country, any part of this country where we do not have enough ambulances. The gold standard is to have an ambulance, but we do not have the luxury of that money to buy ambulances to serve the whole population. So I think let's make it safer as we get richer as a country to avail ambulances across the board. How do we sustain them? Good question. The primary healthcare conditional grants, there's new guidelines that have been are going to be passed out by the Ministry of Health, that 30% of that grant that is given to the health facilities needs to be spent at community level. So if a health facility is really passionate, and now I'm talking to the district health officials, is really passionate about the community space, you can allocate a little bit of that money to provide for the fuel and the cost of that border ride. For those very few mothers. In a village, you might find that only 3 women are delivering in a year, in a village. So you can actually predict how much it will cost, and you put those provisions and get that money from the domestic resources in this government. It is possible. Secondly, PDM is here. I've heard a lot of good things about PDM, and there is a health development, social services pillar within the PDM. Some of that money can go towards this very good cause, and it's not a lot. Then another impressive idea that we have done through the NutriCash is that there's a revolving fund, and families are a little bit richer, so they'll be able to pay those very organized border groups. They'll be able to pay the cash so that they can be transported, don't you think? So once you empower households, they'll be able to pay and take the right decisions for their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Flavia. And before I come to you, Tina, to just wrap it up, I just want to go back to Mr. Herman and just ask in 1 minute, how can we expand these beautiful benefits that we have talked about and create linkages amongst all these beneficiaries in terms of mentorship, in terms of peer-to-peer training and learning, and maximize on the benefits of this project? In 1 minute, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. You cut me short earlier on, but I wanted to talk about, before I get to that, under NutriCash, we had mandatory savings of 30% of that money. Now, you saw a video here of a lady who was doing poultry. And these savings have now been dispersed to the groups. As we're closing out today, our women, our teenage mothers, and the beneficiaries are able now to use that money as seed capital to start small businesses. this has helped in building resilience among these women, among the beneficiaries. It's something I wanted us to know. On linkages and sustaining the efforts, initially, I think for local governments, the assumption was that if you talk about social protection, you're directly referring to the Department of Community-Based Services. And whenever we talk about social protection, they say that's the work of DCDO. Now, throughout this implementation, first of all, Mr. Omar said our leaders were trained on the transform curriculum. The leaders and then the parish chiefs and the CDOs. People are able to appreciate that issues of social protection are actually multi-stakeholder and they are for all departments in the local governments. On linkages, I already said we did a tracer study that we intend to follow up on all our, especially the trained, the skilled teenage parents. Now, we are having a partners coordination platform in the districts where we identify issues. Like I said, we're going to identify the challenges each of these teenage parents who have been skilled are facing. Have they gotten employment? Have they gotten, have they started their own initiatives, money-making initiatives? That is when we will now link them within the programs, because as local governments, we already have wealth creation programs by government. We have the PDM that is being implemented at the parish level. Now, the disadvantage is at the level some of our beneficiaries have reached, they may not qualify for PDM because their lives have improved. They are not in that percentage. But we have the grow. 2 weeks ago, we invited the team from Ministry of Gender to come and talk to this, to our beneficiaries and to the skilled teenage parents on the opportunities that are there and are grow. And it was a very good training, and they are appreciating. I also told you that in our protection coordination committee meetings, we now have the banks. They are very active in that, and we encourage the banks that if we're able to have the communities transformed, it means you'll have more deposits. Because if people have money, it means the banks also benefit. So Centenary is very passionate about supporting our skilled teenage parents. At least I'm sure about that. We also had Post Bank, and we're talking to the businesses to absorb them. But also we already have some of these trained, some of these skilled teenage parents. Others are, we have about 3 who have opened salons. They are now training the others at affordable costs, because initially we trained the others in VTIs, and are willing to train their colleagues at affordable costs. And that's the direction we're taking to ensure we're able to link them and sustain the entire benefits of this intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kao. I can see the passion and the involvement with the project. Thank you for playing an instrumental role. I mean, as local government, it's very key. You're the people who gave us the key to implement these projects in the districts. If you say no, nothing happens. So we really appreciate that. And just to wrap it up, back to you, Tina, as the head of social protection here. We have the ambassador, the Embassy of Sweden in the room. We've had government. We have UNICEF. What's your message to all these people?
Yeah, perhaps we've talked about the systems, the services, the capacities that we've put in place in the past 5 years at multiple levels. I guess in many ways, in today's world of tight budgets and squeezed fiscal space, the question is has this been genuinely worth the money? And we have some of the final findings, the evaluation findings for the health component. The social protection component findings are coming up. The end line is currently being analyzed. And perhaps the last task that we will have is to do that sort of a cost-benefit or return on investment analysis as the final legacy of this phase of our social protection work that has been so pivotal. However, at the same time as we sit here, I don't know if many of you know there's a Nutrition for Growth summit that is meeting in Paris at the moment. The summit was convened to bring together stakeholders at the end of the UN decade dedicated to nutrition. to understand what's happening. Why aren't we able to address nutrition issues at the pace that we had intended at the beginning of this 10-year period? What's going on? And at the same time, the World Bank, I believe, as a bit of an input into those discussions, published what they called the World Bank Investment Framework for Nutrition. And in reading that framework, I was actually struck at the figures. They say that $1 invested in nutrition in those crucial early years of a human being's life that we've talked about so much today generates a return of $23. And yeah, I guess across the humanitarian development spectrum, it is very difficult to find that kind of a return on investment. And an interesting recommendation from that same investment framework by the bank is, why aren't we integrating nutrition more into adaptive safety nets? This is an obvious kind of area of synergy, and we are underperforming as social protection practitioners. That's precisely what we've done here in Uganda. We've really been at the forefront of what now the whole world is being called upon to increasingly do. And in CSSP, we've shown that this is possible, even in dire, difficult times, affected by the pandemic, affected by a lot of operational challenges. This can be done. And I hope that that message stays with all of us and continues to empower and kind of inspire further investment. And sometimes when we are in the rut of the daily grind, and we don't realize the global significance of what we do. But I do believe that this program has had such global significance, and the inspiration will continue rippling not just in Uganda, but also regionally and globally. And yeah, I'm sure that what has been spoken today speaks to that. So yeah, it's worth the money, it's worth the time, and we are still in that journey, and the work will continue, and we will continue to push this agenda together.
Thank you very much, Tina. I think it's very good for the Embassy of Sweden, the government of Sweden, to hear such a statement. The project is worth the money. You invest where you reap. So I think that was a very good wrap-up of this session. Thank you very much for all who have participated, and to our panelists, Mr. Paul, Mr. Herman, Richard, Tina, and Flavia. Thank you very, very much. You can see the clap came in before I even asked. Many of you have done an amazing job. I'll request you to just take your seats again, and then we'll quickly get into wrapping up this closeout workshop. So as they take their seats, I would like to request the team from WFP and UNICEF that is responsible for the award ceremony to please come forward. The team from WFP and UNICEF, we're on the next agenda item on awarding partners for the successful implementation of CSSP. Should I do that? Consult. Okay. So I have been informed that we will need some people here to hand over these awards. The country representative is already here of UNICEF. Thank you. Tina is already here from WFP. I believe she's representing the country representative. The Ministry of Gender representative, Ministry of Health representative, please come forward. Who else? Okay. Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Health. A representative from each of those ministries. And then the Embassy of Sweden, I believe the ambassador. All right, and these are appreciation awards in recognition for technical guidance to the Child Sensitive Social Protection Program 2019 to 2024. And when we call out your entity or institution, please just let's have a representative come and receive the award. And I'll start with the Office of the Prime Minister. Someone from the Office of the Prime Minister? Do we have someone? Let's have someone from the Office of the Prime Minister come and receive the award. Commissioner Timothy Lubanga. Please pass it. Miriam, do I have to stay in the background or I have to move? Okay, can I have the remote mic? Please. She'll guide you on how you'll have the photo moment. As they do that, let's have a representative from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. If he's already in front, you can please receive that. Please take it. Give me. Ministry of Gender. As the Ministry of Gender receives, let's have a representative from the team of Expanding Social Protection Program, still the same ministry. Prepare to come forward. Expanding Social Protection Program, Ministry of Gender. The next in line will be Ministry of Local Government if we have a representative to start preparing to come forward. Have you summarized? They can't do. The summary. Where are we? Okay. That's the that's who? Local government. Okay. Next we have Ministry of Local Government. As Ministry of Local Government receives theirs, let's have someone from NIRA get ready to receive. Okay, that was NIRA. Okay. NIRA, if we have someone from NIRA or someone to receive on their behalf, we have? Okay. Okay. NIRA. As NIRA receives theirs, let's have the Standards, Compliance and Patient Protection Department of the Ministry of Health prepare to come. Standards, Compliance and Patient Protection Department, Ministry of Health, prepare to come. Okay. Standards, Compliance. Have they come? Standards, Compliance, okay. As they receive the Nutrition Division of Ministry of Health. Let's come next, Nutrition Division, Ministry of Health. As they receive that, the Health Promotion, Education and Communication Department, Ministry of Health. Health Promotion, Education and Communication Department of the Ministry of Health. Okay. Sorry? No, it's the Communication Department, Ministry of Health. Yeah. Ministry of Health, also Ministry of Health. And as they receive that, the STD AIDS Control Program, Ministry of Health. If you're in STD AIDS Control Program. Okay. And then the Reproductive and Child Health Department, Ministry of Health is next. Reproductive and Child Health Department, Ministry of Health. All right, as they receive that, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Social Protection is next. Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Social Protection. Okay. The next is a partner, Save the Children. If you have a representative here, Save the Children. Okay. Save the Children. Okay. And finally, AVSI. Finally, AVSI. Was it the last? Is it done? It's done, eh? Thank you very much, and congratulations to all who have received those appreciation awards. I think they have cases, and Catherine will avail them where to pack them and keep them safe from getting damaged. I've been reliably informed that we will not have the key takeaways presented here because they are very similar to what Mr. Paul Onapa presented, and that a comprehensive report will be shared with each of us here by So a comprehensive report will be shared from what we've heard here. And so we'll move straight into our last agenda item, which is the closing remarks. And I would like to invite probably Mr. Thomas to come and invite the ambassador. It's fine, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to invite the ambassador of the Embassy of Sweden to come and give us remarks before we close off.
I think this is a sign after 5 years that we are sort of among friends, and too much protocol is maybe not necessary. But thank you for, of course, inviting me, and let me acknowledge, of course, the representatives here from the Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Governance, and the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Our partners, our close partners, the country director from UNICEF, representatives from World Food Programs, all other partners and all other important friends, partners in this room. It's a privilege for me to be here today. Sometimes when something is phrased close out, it could be something maybe less positive, not such a happy note, but I think what is very clear, even for me, coming in rather late in this meeting, that this has been about using lessons from the CSSP program and how to make the gains sustainable for the benefit of women, children, and households in Uganda. And that is all what development cooperation at its best is about. It's been a close collaboration between a development partner, the Embassy of Sweden, UN agencies as UNICEF and World Food Program, and of course, importantly, the government of Uganda, which ensured this local ownership for the program, and also then what we see as integrating the lessons from this program into the national development programs. And as one of the panelists said, how we will deliver social protection in Uganda will to a large extent be based on lessons from this program. And I have to say, much more you cannot hope for, and even though, of course, we always have to look at the cost benefit, and I'm sure there is still reports to be done. I think all the indications we have here that this has been a very important investment in money and resources and dedication from many people in this room and other people. So I want to thank the government of Uganda and all other stakeholders that have been part of the implementation of this program. I also want to thank the government of Uganda for the policy it has on opening its borders for refugees, and to ensuring that when we do programs like this, it is benefiting both host communities and refugee population, which should perhaps, you would think, not be worth mentioning, but it is rather unique, and we are aware and we really are impressed by the actions of the government in this regard, and we are very happy to collaborate to make sure that we are part of the response, but that it also, of course, comes to the host communities, because the host communities are actually the people who are there opening their communities for people who have had to fled neighboring countries. I think we all in this room agree on the importance of having a social safety net, and how important this has been also demonstrated by this program, and the importance not only to the individual family members, but also to the community and actually also to the economy at large, when we give people the empowerment and the resilience to take part in the community, to use savings to build businesses, to provide for their families, and to be active members of the community that they live in. We have seen that in Sweden. You cannot build a modern welfare state or a modern state without including your population and make sure that for those who fall in between, that there is something to provide help and to have social protection for those in need. And I know that the Child Sensitive Social Protection Initiative have been instrumental for the lives of many people living in the West Nile. And last week, I traveled. We had the Swedish Minister for International Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade, together with the Director General from the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, visiting Uganda. And at the embassy, we decided to take them to West Nile because a lot of what we do is actually focusing on that province because of the refugee population, but also because we see that we need to be there as partners for the host communities. And one of the, we had 2 days, or 1.5 days, I should say, in West Nile with the minister and his delegation. And one part of this program was actually an interaction and meeting with the beneficiaries of NutriCash, which is one component of the program. So both me and the decision makers in Stockholm, if you put it that way, could see firsthand, could hear firsthand what this has meant to people. I mean, obviously to the children in case of nutrition, and we know how important nutrition is for children to actually being able to fulfill their potential, go to school, and be productive members of society, but also for allowing these households to start small businesses, to be more educated, because not everything is about money, it's also about knowledge, which has been an important part of this program. And we had a lot of very good and interesting conversations on the impact of this. And actually, I wish I could have planned better. I would have shown you a picture, a photo that I took there, which to me somehow said a lot of the impact for these women that we interacted with. There was one woman, she was the leader there, and she kept talking, and she mentioned NutriCash a lot. And of course, I understand it's an important part, but some way along the road, I got a little confused about this NutriCash until I learned it was her 2-year-old son that she had named NutriCash because of the impact and the importance of this program. So I do have in my phone, not a very good one, but a photo of little NutriCash on a bike somewhere outside Arua. And I think this story does say a lot of the impact, because I don't think otherwise you would have given that name. I don't think it's an obvious name in any culture, but here he is. So I take that with me, and I think the minister also left remembering NutriCash in West Nile. A lot have been said, and I really do hope that what I picked up from the panel discussion and all this intention and planning, and how now the lessons have been integrated in different government programs, the National Development Plan, obviously, and social protection activities will ensure that this program could be scaled up, that it will be sustainable, that more people will see this impact, not necessarily that we will have a large group of NutriCash children starting school at some point, but at least that this program will continue living. And that is all that you can hope as a partner to Uganda in this. And we will continue to be engaged, of course, as the Embassy of Sweden as we move forward. And let me conclude here by just thanking you all again. You have all been very instrumental. It was clear from this award ceremony that there has been many partners involved, many people's and organizations' commitment. And of course, without you, we would not have had the impact that we now can see. So thank you very much, and for the engagement in this, from all the health workers to local leaders, district leaders, and all the implementing partners up until, of course, the very leadership at the involved ministries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. It's been very encouraging listening to all the beautiful outcomes of this program. And we hope that it can be scaled up, as you said, and we can have that multiplier effect beyond West Nile and across the entire country. Before I invite Mr. Timothy Lubanga, the Commissioner of M&E, to close in the Commissioner M&E Office of the Prime Minister to close this workshop, I would like to thank and recognize two people. That's the Acting Deputy Country Director, World Food Program, who is also the head of programs at WFP, Genevieve, for joining us. And also to recognize the head of Arua Area Office. He was very instrumental and very helpful when we had the sub-national closeout workshop. I thought I should recognize the two of them. So I would like to invite Mr. Timothy Lubanga, Commissioner Monitoring and Evaluation at the Office of the Prime Minister, to give us the closing remarks and officially close the closeout workshop. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Swedish Ambassador to Uganda, development partners here present, senior government officials, and the social protection community. I think we all agree that this event has energized all of us, all the actors in the social protection fraternity. And even though the workshop is a closeout, I think we need to change that context of the closeout in the sense that we are closing out the first phase and really transitioning. So I want to call upon all of us to take advantage of the energy we have gained from this workshop and use it to transition to another phase. I think the results that have come out of the meeting since morning indicate that we have scored, we have been able to deliver, but more importantly, this model that has been developed is effective and is going to take us forward. Now, as OPM and as government, we commit to supporting this process through various ways. One, I think Mr. Napa was very elaborate when he was answering one of the questions and said, the interventions envisaged or recommended out of this are already inbuilt in the program implementation action plans. And I think that is good news. It means that we have not lost, we have learned from this model, and we have taken that message and incorporated them in the plans. But the onus is on us with the Paul and the team to ensure that it doesn't remain in the planning documents, but is actually translated, because that is the real challenge. There is one achievement to plan, but to actually ensure that annually, in the next 4 or 5 years, the funds are released, these are prioritized, and they are not just going to be left hanging in the plan. I think that is really where we need to put our energy. So I want to commit my support
and all the persons with whom we are engaged in this exercise throughout the NDP process, that we shall really do our best to ensure we make the necessary noise and tickle the necessary angles so that these resources are released. The third point I want to share is that there was a lot of talk about integration. I think when Mr. Namara was speaking from the World Bank, he also recommended that we need to have a more integrated approach so that the interventions are not scattered and piecemeal, because then we have little impact. And I think Mr. Nwamanya talked about coordination. So I think the other message we take out of this closeout or transitioning event is that we need to be more integrated. And I think Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Gender that are leading in this process have been challenged to take a more integrated, ensure that all partners that are involved in this process are supporting a more integrated approach so that we can see better results. I am sure all of you agree that we need to, in a special way, thank the Swedish government for supporting this exercise. I think we need to give them a round of applause. And since it has yielded positive results, we would like to appeal to the Swedish government that they should consider continuing to support this exercise. I think in a special way, also let us thank the other players, particularly the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Ministry of Health, Office of the Prime Minister, and the implementing institutions, AVSI, all the NGOs, local governments, the local governments implementing this. I think everybody has contributed positively, and that's why we are proud and boasting of the results. So a big thank you to all of them. Now I want to call upon the other development partners who are in the house and those who are not here, that now we already have a winning formula. We already have a tested model that is in place. And I think our message is that we are really inviting and appealing to other development partners. And that includes the civil society organizations, the private sector, just about everybody who can make an input. That you are welcome to the table. We have a willing formula. Let's not develop the formula and shelve it. Let's use it to actually deliver results. We have already been told about the high rate of returns, that you invest $1 and you reap how many? $23 out of that. That is one of the highest rates of returns you can find anywhere. So other development partners, you are most welcome to join this process. From the Office of the Prime Minister, one of the